changing. Always rearranging. Always rearranging. Always rearranging. That is constantly changing. Always rearranging. Always rearranging. Constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging, always rearranging. That is constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging, always rearranging.
Come on, don't think about the consequences if you want it. Come on, don't worry about the aftermath, we know it's coming. But come on, maybe it says it's all we need just for a minute. Just for a minute, yeah. I need it like a vice, got me hooked, I cannot lie. I tell you every time that we'll make it out alive. Come on, don't think about the consequences if you want it, yeah. edge, we're gonna crash and burn. You think that by now we probably should've learned we're no good together, honestly we know. So hold me close, we're going sideways. Get so bored with anybody else, we're used to feeling faded. Can't even tell if it's the alcohol or we're a little jaded. But come on, maybe a taste is all we need just for a minute. Just for a minute, yeah. We burn out like the sun, but you know it can be fun. When all is said and done, I know you won't be the one. We get so bored with anybody else, we're used to feeling faded, yeah. Too close to the edge, we're gonna crash and burn. You think that by now we probably should've learned we're no good together, honestly we know. So hold me close, we're going sideways. Hold me close, we're going sideways.
Number 6 is being Hello, everybody, and welcome to Playday number 3 for ECS Majors. Joining me on the virtual cast dress will be Grissom, and well, I forgot to even do my own name. I'm Whippet.
Hello, Whippet. How are you doing today?
I'm doing about as good as I can be, considering that, well, we have a little bit of a spoiler of what's to come for our very first matchup of the evening, but, you know, it's a hint. It starts at Oregon.
Well, I gotta say, I prepared this great introduction, so I'm gonna do it anyway.
I'm not going to tee you up for it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to ECS. Oh, I forgot to actually translate it.
Yeah, I think you might have to save
failed
this
it.
one for another day.
I failed it.
Yeah.
I'm a disgrace.
Yeah.
Hermanos el ECS.
No.
Yes,
I think
okay.
we're just gonna. For this Playday number 3 of our ECS Major Division, we have a double header for you this evening. And our very first game off the blocks will be AYB Sports versus PG Tips, and a very exciting matchup, as every game inside of our Major Division has been, and every single point is also valuable for these teams trying to make it to that playoff phase. So, any preparation thoughts, Chris?
Definitely some preparation thoughts. With AYB Esports and Skittle JPEG. Now, Skittle JPEG recently did go...
You sure about Skittle? Because they ain't playing today.
I got the wrong goddamn team. Okay, correction. PG Tips, okay. It's really funny.
So why don't you find out who we're actually getting to watch today? We'll be able to jump up and here are our rosters for it. So AYB, and some names you should all remember. Kind of a legacy roster, if you know. So Vapor, Yuri, Choco, Wolfie, and North, all players who were pretty talented, and Vapor yet to really get off to a flying start, with that rating being a little bit on the low side. But PG Tips got Textrolo, Yassi, Imos, Sino, and Instinct, and again another strong roster. Some of these players still yet to fully find their feet, but again, reasonably early days, played at number 3, so they still have an opportunity to be able to do so.
They really do. The stats on the board looking up at AYB Esports, it's only Yuri, bear in mind these aren't fully updated, but it's only Yuri with a positive KD up there. Wolfie nearly following just in his footsteps with the positive KD, but, well, they're still quite far off, whereas looking over at PG Tips, there isn't really much improvement apart from Yaze, a really good player who I've seen multiple times in action, bringing the 1 KD, but there's no there's no stats on the board today that can prove that one team is generally better than the other. We can sort of relate a player to another player in terms of their stats, and the operators on the boards that give us a kind of sense of who we may be seeing today. I do have in my notes that North is one of those Ash mains for AYB, so actually seeing that Ash operator up there is giving us quite a big idea on what might happen today.
Well, I mean, when you look at that, though, now, just seeing that he's going to be their entry on that Ash go, but he hasn't made it work yet. He's done that minus. So if we have missed some of those, and he's positive now, take that note, but of when these were updated for us, -4 on that entry, which isn't ideal. But again, still early days here in our major division. It is only Playday number 3, so perhaps some of the early kind of cobwebs of getting back in the season should almost getting blown off, and teams are going to be able to get into that full swing of things. So it's going to be interesting to see if these teams can really come out the fences swinging.
Well, we do have some map ends today, Whippet, and well, as you sort of gave away, it's actually something really new. I'm very excited to see. We are going to Oregon, and I know I said I'd say this, so we are going to Boregon today, where we will be going to first, and then following straight after, we will be going over to Clubhouse. So 2 maps we rarely see in the ECS map pool. It's really going to be great to see them come back into action.
If the sarcasm was missed there, you can imagine it. We get to see these 2 maps played almost religiously inside of everything. Myself and Chris probably get to cast, and these are maps that are the bread and butter, the meat and potatoes of T4 Siege, especially kind of with teams based around the UK. And I'm really starting to look at this and go, why aren't teams at this point now trying to take the crutches away from each other? So we've seen every team have a massive portfolio of these 2 maps in particular. Everyone should be able to counter strat, everyone should be able to develop strats to the same level. Oregon is a map that it still holds that stigma of being where good teams can come to die because it's played so linear. It's so similar in every single approach. You know what's coming round after round. I'm so surprised that it's being brought so consistently because there are maps that, could other teams might have more of a strength to this. And as Evac was talking to us, perhaps some teams could find a bit stronger of a leg to stand on if they went away from these crutch maps.
Definitely correct. Evac speaks words of wisdom, and it would be great to see maybe some other maps come into play. However, Oregon and Clubhouse, basically echoing what you said, Oregon is a map where good teams go to die. And with it really being unpredictable, I never go to Oregon and expect to score from either side. I always think this is going to be a random map. We'll see how it plays out. And really into the halfway through the first split, I can really basically get an idea of who is going to maybe win today. But again, nothing is guaranteed on Oregon because it's really an unpredictable map. And with it being in some places so packed together, but in other areas of the map, more like the tower and attic area, it's really spread out, so you have to do quite a lot of rotations around the map to get to those points. But in Clubhouse, moving on to the second map, that map is, well, I would say it's more predictable and strategy-wise. It's a really fun map to play for anyone. It's got a lot of good objectives and a lot of good strategies you can learn on Clubhouse, but as I say, in Overcast Clubhouse, it's one of those maps where, I'm sorry, but if you're not good at Clubhouse, or at least have a basic understanding of Clubhouse, you're not good at Siege, in my opinion. It's really one of the default Siege maps, and when it comes to comp, Clubhouse is a map you will see often.
Yeah, but I think that while it's very much kind of, you say, it's a map that kind of encompasses all of Siege, everything that's important with it. To see it played so consistently and so, repeatedly, to me I'm beginning to think perhaps some teams are taking this current climate of competitive Siege as a bit of a time to be lax. They only need to develop potentially 3 maps because, someone might be a wild card and take out Clubhouse, so you might have to have a spare. And right now in the format lots of leagues are running in BO2 or BO1s, you're not going to be asked to play or have that deep of a map pool. So I think right now teams are getting perhaps a bit too comfortable on these maps, and I think it would be a massive advantage for someone to be able to take those away. But here are our community predictions, and well, the community of you guys are, 53% of you are going to go with AYB to take the victory against PG Tips, and 11% opting for draw, 37 for the win for PG there. I think I may have mixed up the teams, but our staff prediction, AYB 50% for victory there, 20% for draw, and 30% for PG Tips to take it. So overall, I think AYB are going to be your favourites coming into this one, so can they live up to that, or will PG Tips play to the underdog and get a bit of a comeback rolling?
Potentially they could if they really give it their all, but then again, AYB in their previous games, we have seen them be victorious. Although they did take the victory from a forfeit match from Glitch Tech recently in their first game, in their second game against Skittle JPEG in the first map, they did take the draw, but in the second map, they also did take the loss. So the only really victorious game they have to their name will be the forfeit, so we haven't really seen that much success from them. Whereas over at PG Tips, they did unfortunately take the loss from Lions Creed, and really, I think that's going to be their only game so far. I'm not 100%. They have played 2 games. I've not got it down in my notes, actually. It's PG Tips. Yeah, they did play Jaeger's Esports Academy recently. Me and Ebeck got the pleasure of casting that one. But unfortunately, they did take the loss once again and went 14-5 down to Jaeger Esports Academy. So with that being put into action, both teams really aren't that victorious when looking at the scores. However, putting these two unvictorious teams together is setting at least one of them up for a victory or maybe a draw today.
Yeah, well, perhaps someone Zoe will go and someone will be able to get a victory in this series. And, the thing I want to look at, especially for AIB, it's a roster that was put together at the start of the season. They're yet perhaps to find everything to click and work together. So that's why we might have seen some inconsistent results. And some, individual performances perhaps have been lacking. Means we saw, I don't want to point him out. He might be annoyed of hearing about that low rating on Vapor is something that perhaps need to be step up. And I'm sure he's going to be working on it in the background. So we are just waiting to get confirmation of all the players in the lobby and all the R's to cascade through our chat. So we're just going to be able to fill a little bit more time. But we have no invitational, so the best that you're going to get is to watch all of our ECS major games. It's sad. It does hurt.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say hurt. I do love ECS.
Oh no, it hurts we have no invite. It hurts we have no invite. That's what I mean. Well, we could have seen an actual world champion crowned instead of SSG flaunting the fact that they aren't your legitimate champions. It would have been nice to see the lineal championship from NIP actually be defended in a best-of-3 international format. But hey, we shall have to wait until we get that all sorted out.
Well, you do speak the truth, but it is a good thing to point out that straight after to this game, we will be heading over to a different set of casters and also a different game, which is going to be Carlstad Kings Esports and also Jaeger's Esports Academy going head-to-head on that one. Hopefully, you might not see Clubhouse in Oregon. However, it is a major game, a part of this series. So it's going to be interesting to see how those are going to play out. Both very good teams and also very good on the standings right now, with Jaeger's Esports Academy in first and Carlstad following behind in fifth. Quite a difference, but then again, they haven't really lost that many maps when looking at their scores. But really referring back to our game, looking at the standings as a whole, AYB is going to be currently stood in 4th place of the major division right now, and that is going to be with 1 win and 1 loss. But of course, as we said, that win is going to be a forfeit. However, PG Tips is going to be 3 spots behind them. I had to do the maths in my head there, as they're going to be over in 7th place, but with unfortunately 2 losses to their name, with 0 points on the board as well. Just underneath, just on top of Glitch Tech, who have forfeited both of their games now, I believe. I'm not sure I've seen them come into action yet in this season.
They are suspended from this season,
Ooh.
so that perhaps is why. We shall keep the rest of that the story. I think, but yes, they are suspended. So all of their results are going to be forfeit. So every team, I believe, is getting a free win because of that. So that's a thing that's going to be perhaps a saving grace for some of these rosters. To get those points and get themselves lifted up and perhaps not as in danger.
Well, with that suspension, it's really just put some points on the board for the teams going against them, especially AYB, who've had that privilege. But PG Tips, with them being with Glitch being suspended, that's going to put PG Tips basically at the bottom of the league right now. So if they are successful and able to take the win today against AYB Esports, then that really could send them up maybe to 6th or 5th or even above AYB Esports today, and maybe slide them into 5th or 4th. I'm not sure.
I mean, our table is going to be constantly in flux just because of how this major division is. It's always difficult to judge how these results are going to go and how everything is going to work out. So we've got this matchup ahead of us. It's meat and potatoes siege. It's going to be Clubhouse, Oregon. Oregon first, of course. We don't like to typically do predictions for these maps because they're so, commonplace to see. And, as we say, Oregon's the team that our map, a good team can come to die. But since we have a little bit of time to fill, what are your what's your overarching feel about how we're coming into Oregon in particular?
Well, Oregon, how do I describe it? It's one of those maps, it's played often, far too often, to the point where I don't even, I play Siege sometimes on a night, and I'm just hearing Oregon, Oregon, Oregon. So when I get into a game, it's like, oh my god, it's won Oregon once again. And unfortunately, I don't even want to look at this map right now, as we can see the predictions.
Speaking about getting into Oregon, here we are. We're going to be loading up into our first map of the evening. And it's going to be AYB versus PG Tips here on Oregon. Best of 2 format, of course. Map number 2 shall be our clubhouse performance, but until we get into the action, our bans are taking place. So I'd imagine a Maverick and Thatcher, or Thatcher hard breach combination is going to be on the table for this one. No one strays too far off the common path. I don't think these teams are going to show us the bleeding edge of Siege just quite yet.
Well, you are correct in that one, Whippet. We are going to be saying goodbye to Thatcher for the first map ban by operator ban by PG Tips. And with the second operator about to be removed by AYB, I do think we're going to be saying goodbye to maybe a Maverick or possibly a Habana. It'd be not that smart to remove an ace, but there we go. Maverick is going to be removed from the pool being played today. Now, with AYB on attack first, they really have to be smart with that attacking ban, because this is their map. They chose this one and also chose where they're going to be placed. So with the defender now being brought out of play, I'm not sure. Maybe we could see a mirror.
I mean, I'd imagine they're going to see a Kaid force ban out, and well, speak too soon. That's going to be AYB getting that ban out of the way. Just because it's the moment you see a Thatcher out, it's almost going to be imperative to remove that Kaid to give the access to hatches, especially with that Maverick ban as well. So Habana, Ace, and Thermite will now have an easier time breaking through these hatches, and as you're talking about, Mirror will be our fourth and final operator to be left on the sidelines. No action for our favorite Spaniard today, so we're going to be hopping into round number 1 here on Oregon. And I'm hoping to see perhaps a mix-up in terms of what we're going to see for the default site rotation. I wonder if we're going to go for anything special. And no, up the dorms upstairs. That's going to be where PG Tips will be going for our very first bit of action.
Kids' dorms and dorms, it's probably the most obvious point. Well, the starting point of any Oregon game, really. It is the biggest objective which you can plan in on this map in particular. So for attackers, that's pretty much an advantage for them. However, for defenders, this site is very easy to take under control. You do have 4 different entrance points into this objective. If you include the window leading into kids, it'd also be 5th. So, well, it'll be 5 entrance points actually. But you can expect to see this pretty much any time that you will go to Oregon for your first map. And, well, any map, you can expect to see this site being played first or early in the rounds. It's just one of those ones.
It's very easy to lock down the defense and really make it difficult for the offense to find a stronghold. And the areas of interest for this matchup are certainly going to be the attic, the tower region, as well as the master bedroom and Hunter's Lodge, just to see how the offense get a control. If, of course, AYB opt for that 2-pronged assault, and judging by the operator lineup on the table, we're going to be seeing Vapor and Shaco wielding. I believe Instinct accidentally popped that Goyo shield inside of attic, making an angle with his super shorty, so that's going to be a limited use of utility for those Vulcan shields, and Frenzy is going to have a little bit less cover to work with now if he's the player opting to play here, and a non-pleasant look towards the teammate of Instinct. Perhaps, you know, he was concerned now for his presence inside of attic, but it will be one of those hotly contested areas, and a shield is going to make it a little bit more comfortable to hold up. A push from the west side of the building here, and that's going to be Wolfie droned in by Vapor, and the hot drone is always a good thing to see. Yasel playing inside a kitchen is going to be the first leading man in this defense's Brom game. Drones are removed, and that presence now alerted. Shots through the wall are going to give more presence, but that's going to be ringing the dinner bells. Yasha Wolfie is going to get aggressive and find the opening kill early off the board. It's going to be that Yasel, and Malusi, that C4 brought to the grave, and 1:25 still to work with, and a good onslaught here from the offense of AYB.
Well, nature has repeated itself, as Wolfie was able to get the opening frag on his previous game. So with him being able to do that 2 games in a row, it's pretty impressive with him playing as Ashe once again, as he is that Ashe main for AYB. So maybe we can see a lot more kills coming from him, as he has been outlined as the main fragger for AYB. But really, there is no action going down right now. With that being said, it's actually Yuri going to get the headshot on Frenzy, but Noi's going to get the refrag on Choco. That's going to be 2 wiped off the board, leaving 4 for AYB and also 3 for PG Tips left in the site. So really with Yuri pushing in as Ayana, that's going to be Noi also getting taken down. Yuri with a double, but Vapor's also going to get Instinct, and Tex is going to get that refrag on Yuri. It's going to be leveling it down to a 3v1. Textrello is going to be the lonesome Jaeger left in the attic. The defuse is going to be planted now by Vapor, but he's going to try at least get it, and he does. He's managing to get JCF there by AYB, and is really just going for the pre-fires, I guess, trying to get this open, but we'll have to see what time brings us.
As he's going to bring away some shots in the distance, he's going to be alerting everyone to his presence. This doorway is going to be his death trap, and Wolfie started off the chaos with opening frag and ends this round in a flurry. That's going to be a second kill for the Ash player, and a round victory for AYB on their offense here in Oregon, and a good, very efficient start for them. Not opting for what would be a very typical or traditional push. They kind of went for their own style of play, and that's what I like to see. Perhaps that, interesting push caught PG Tips off guard, and now they're going to be going to the kids' dorms the second time. Can they make this adaptation work? Can they make this site work for them? Will Frenzy be able to get that Goyo shield protected and not get slain out by Instinct super shortly this time? Well, all things we'll see. With 13 seconds left, any 6 picks? I wonder. No.
I don't think we will see a 6th pick, as everyone's just shows it.
JCF might hear, so no. I think everyone's going to be... everyone's happy with their lineup so far, and why wouldn't they be? Especially if you're on the side of AYB.
Attackers need to locate and
well, AYB definitely brought the game in that first round. His predatory and kill-hungry attitude coming out by Wolfie playing as Ash with that R4C carbine. He really wanted that round for his team. The way he moved in, alerting, well, the way PG Tips actually alerted AYB of their positioning wasn't smart at all, and that's really aimed at Yaze, who was roaming on the bottom floor, trying to get a pre-fire, but, well, actually a wallbang, but it didn't really turn out successful for him. However, Wolfie already with 2 kills on the board, and Yuri with 2 as well, getting the double kill from last game. I'm hoping that we can see this repeated, because Wolfie and Yuri, I'm not so sure about Yuri. In the previous games, he has mained the operator book on attack, but really, it's pretty obvious on who Wolfie's mained. He's been playing Ash for 2 games in a row now, one game apart from that forfeit. So, really, as time repeats itself, he's going to be on Ash again, and hopefully he's going to be able to repeat being a main fragger.
I think Vapor is having a unpleasant time with his ISP right now, so hopefully he can get those issues resolved before it's too consequential for his team. As Yuri is going to be repelling on in aggressively here, and that's going to be control of armory control. Very rare you see anyone trying to play for a control of armory, as you see the slow out of Vapor still struggling and fighting for control against his dreaded ISP. I wonder if it's Virgin Media. So, that's going to be a drone out by Wolfie, who's going to lead the charge from this massive bedroom balcony, trying to get in and try and start the push. That's going to be the Gemini Replicator gathering some extra information, acting as a hot drone, and now that Banshee removed. His Frenzy doesn't have a... actually, his shield is there to play with, so he has a little bit more cover, but control of Master Bedroom's been established, and now they got to work. They removed that mute jammer and being able to crack open this wall inside of Master Bedroom.
Hopefully they're able to get that open with Vapor using his Habana X pellets to just do that job, but Instinct is just going to be left holding behind this wall. That hard wall is protecting him actually from Vapor, who could possibly get any sort of fire on him, but Wolfie is going to spot him, but Instinct's going to go down a lot of health. He's really low, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to survive this with AYB on every angle that he could possibly go. Vapor's got a lot of holes on this walk-in wall now, so he is actually able to get quite a few shots into the dorms, but Yuri is really going to be retaliating as Ayana getting the kill on Instinct. That's going to be the first blood for this round. And it's just going to be more Habana pellets opening up this walk-in wall, really. Not much action going on in particular. With that being said, Choco's going to get Textrello off the board for PG Tips. And that is going to level this down to 5v3. But the Nitro is going to come out by Yeze, taking out JCF. And also Frenzy is going to go for a double frag on Vapor. So that's going to level it out once again to a 3v3 situation.
Frenzy trying to dual wire this Vector here. Long range, not ideal. The frag grenade is going to land at his feet and not pop his Goyo shield, so still left with some cover as Choco's the next to go, and the fight going to take place. And now left in DYB is going to be Wolfie, as Frenzy still holds his ground, now rotating in the dorms. Before hears it, but he's going to rotate all the way around and find the ace of Choco. So now in a 2v2, and this is a great position for the defense to be able to lock this push down and hold all the possible entry angles. With only 20 seconds to work with, it's going to have to be an aggressive push by AYB, and they're going to have to rely on their ability to win these ones. Yasha Wolfie getting aggressive by the open up Havana positions, but as Yasha falls back, the cover's there. But Yuri has to play aggressive and play the cover this plant, or at least get it down. With 10 seconds left to go with popping that Goyo shield is going to give a moment to rotate, but Yasha's going to find Wolfie. That can be a trade-off by Yuri, but now with the cover of the flames, will a plant be available? It's going to stick it now, but the clock hits 000. Will the fire of that Goyo shield be enough to hold on this rotation? Yasha gets aggressive, doesn't quite spot the play. The plant goes down, but no! He's quicker to draw as Yuri falls, and that ties us up 1 round apiece.
Well, that will be PG Tips taking the second round, making it a draw so far this game. Yaze, with that predatory, kill-hungry, and greedy attitude that he has, bringing out the free kill round, it really helped his team for that round. I gotta say it, he really brought that round back home. And him playing as that Lucy, I got the replay now. I'm not sure if we're going to see him, but Frenzy did get quite a lot of good shots with this Vector actually, but not really that much successful as I wanted him to be. He got the double kill, but wasn't able to get anyone else. But Yuri with, well, playing as Ayana, this is who I really like to see. He managed to get the double, but just wasn't successful as all as Yaze was finishing him out there.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Certainly,
attackers.
so a very good round for PG Tips, and one of the benefits of keeping Malucio alive and not losing it in the opening engagement of a round. So, AYB tying, or PG Tips tying us up 1 round apiece, and now we shall descend down to Laundry in the basement. And can they make a better hold of this? First time of asking. This is going to be a site where bunkering up can be a very valuable strategy, but a team who can play more aggressively in tower stairs perhaps can become your victors. Elbow will be another battleground. We see J Noir trying to get some control of that, or making up the rotation angles, as you say, and that's going to be a smoke in that position. Something I like to see, and lots of teams love the run. For anyone who was watching the Benelux Bi-Weekly Cup, you would have saw that Red Falcons, interestingly enough, a team competing in that, ran with a strategy where they chose to not run a smoke inside of Elbow. And it was an interesting one, because without that control of Elbow, or that ability to fall back and hold Elbow safely, it forced them into an aggressive style of play to meet the entries head on. And it worked out several rounds, and they were able to really kind of take the fight to, I believe it was Axabite, but it couldn't quite, they weren't able to just quite make the strategy work. But we're seeing a smoke in play this time, so a more default strategy deployed.
Well, that smoke is really going to help the side of AYB, I think, with his canisters actually blocking off some main entrance points, and also just really some of the points that they hold from PG Tips. It could help, but there we go. We're going to see Frenzy getting Vapor on the opening frag, but Wolfie's going to get the refrag back onto Frenzy, so that is going to level out the teams, making it a 4v4. The hatch is going to be open from Meeting Hall, leading into the entrance of the site, so really it's going to have to be watched hard, but little does Yaze know that they're going to be just above him. But I think now that he's realized that
Bomb has been located.
it's going to be watched really hard by AYB with 2 operators up there from that side. Whether they drop is a different story, but Yaze is ready watching it, with also Textrella just on his back. The Gemini is going to go in from the Ayana, which is going to get taken out instantly by Yaze, so there is one of their main sources of intel gone. But Yuri is also just going to be moving up these stairs as Wolfie. I've got to admit, I want to see more out of Wolfie for this round, but nothing really going down just yet as he rotates in. But there we go, he heard what I said. He's managing to get the frag on Yaz. It's him going to be wiped off the board. It's now a 4v3 with Tex Instinct. I was going to say no, but he gets wiped off by JCF. That is now going to level it down to what's going to be a 4v2. But now Tex is also going to be taking out Wolfie. And that is the main fragger for AYB so far. Instinct is going to be watching the supply room hard with his LMG for any point of entry. And there we go. We're going to see one go in, but not going to be successful in holding it off, as Choco is going to take him Instinct out. It's now Tex, the only defender left for PG Tips. The diffuser being planted. Not sure if he's going to be able to pull this back.
Attackers are activated.
And yet again, left in a 1vx, this time against 3, the diffuser ticking down to the end of the round, and he's going to be pressured into making a play sooner rather than later. Quarter inside a freezer, and these shots are only going to confirm his position to the remaining attackers, who are all going to be training on his position. Tries to tap away at the player in the rotative elbow, but He won't be able to find the head, and again, this time draining away. He's going to rely on the soul capabilities of his gun, but at such a range, it's going to be a tricky fight against the increased optics. Doesn't matter, JCF falls. He's got a few more to go. He's going to be in a great crossfire. Dextrolo's going to get one more, but Yuri stays calm, cool, and collected, and shuts down that attempt at clutch. AYB take yet another round, 2-1 in the scoreline. Fantastic attempt there by Dextrolo.
Dextrolo
Was that?
is really bringing the game.
Yeah, he really was. I hope it was Tex.
I think it was.
Orion fries my brain sometimes. It really does. But it was a fantastic play. Yes, it was Tex. It was a fantastic play. Absolute composure in a 1v3 just like he was in. And he isolated the 1v1s very nicely. Just a single kill away from being able to get himself a potential clip. But unfortunately, they're going to have to try again for the Laundry defense. And this time, will they make it stick? A 6 pick from the Legion. Who's he going to choose? Interesting choice. He was very cornered when he was playing upside of meetings, so someone with a bit more utility or mobility? No. He's going to go with Echo, and I think he's going to pull away from that roam presence and trying to use that yokai drone best he can to try and shut down any aggressive plays inside of the objective or relay extra information to those who do opt for this roam.
Well, Echo being my favorite defender in Rainbow Six Siege, going to be excited to see Yaze bring him into play. On this objective, I wouldn't really say there is that many places to hide apart from that open closet just connecting both sites, but usually a rotation will normally just go on the left door, and maybe that gets reinforced if there was a mirror brought into play. Unfortunately, she has been brought out of play by the operator bans, but maybe we could have been seeing a mirror strategy be set up in that closet, but unfortunately, with her not being able to be brought into play, maybe Yaze can use that as an echo camping hole as he gets his yokai drones set up. I'm not really seen him on them yet, which is unfortunate, as I am excited. But these Goyo shields are also going to be brought into play on pretty obvious points of entry, as we can see there's going to be one set up in construction. Oh, maybe not being brought away. I was going to say that maybe having someone watch on the left-hand side, which he is just leading into blue, then really could just watch that canister and wait for any sort of movement which could be alerted by Yaze sitting on the yokai drones, but unfortunately with it being moved, I'm not sure we're going to see that strategy being brought into play.
Certainly so. So, a push coming in now, and control getting gathered by AYB. They're opting for control of Attic yet again, this time not finding themselves in an early engagement, which is a little bit off when they lost Vapor, but Wolfie was in the previous round able to get that refrag. Control of the meeting seems like it's going to be easier to achieve as well. It looks like the defensive PG tips have fallen back to site, and they're going to play for a bunker defense. And well, all 5 silhouettes are there, and all 5 players are holding positions, and you'd imagine they would do in a bunker defense like we're witnessing. So, it's up to AYB to crack this shell wide open. It's going to be very difficult to do so. The key areas of contention will be that blue barrel bunker, as well as these tower stairs. So can they get control of either of these key positions quickly and efficiently without losing too much of a man count? Yasa trying to jewel his way with the players along. He has that 1.5x to work with on the MP5 ST, body shot king. Flashbang's thought of trying to displace the Echo. He's going to try and peek towards stairs, but has 2 angles to contest and worry about, so dangerous positioning. The Goyo shield's going to be gone, but Frenzy gets aggressive on the stairs and tries to push the Ash away, but some damage getting traded off. He's going to get caught in the corner by the player in the vertical hatch when the peak comes down, and that's going to be Wolfie getting a kill, but instantly traded off there by the Echo of Yas. So they're going to get it lit up and traded off some damage for his efforts as Vapor tries to get that SMG-12 or SMG, the bearing, to work for him. So many SMG secondaries in this game, it's hard to remember sometimes. Times was JCF creeping down the laundry stairs with a minute left to work with, and cracks open his barrier. Now his position known and compromised. The guns are going to have to be committed to do the 2 separate lines of attack, as Vapor's going to get aggressive here inside the main hallway, but opening up this wall with the X-Carrier spells to place anyone trying to play comfortably in this angle. And now this is going to be the real meat and secures up this push. They're going to have to duel and brawl their way in through this doorway in the hall. This extra angle to open up by Vapor is going to give them a line of sight that he can work with in a great position at that to really cut off anyone trying to push through that hallway. But he's going to opt to try and make a play with 40 seconds left, and that's going to be Choco holding the position as Noir is going to fall to the AK-12. Yasuo's going to get a second in the round as Yuri's the next to go, but Choco's going to go for a plant very aggressively in that doorway. Yokai drones out, but can't quite spot the plant. It does! He's going to deny it, but only for a limited time, and that's not going to be Choco popping up to find 2. He might even be able to find 3 as Vapor, the last man standing, and he can't do much against the MP5 SD. It shuts him down. He didn't clutch out that round. PG tips yet again. Second time of asking him an objective, and they make it work.
PG tips are dangerous. Looking at how this game has played out so far, with the ties being scored 2-2, I got to admit I did predict that AYB, and also looking at the community predictions, that AYB did have this game. But unfortunately, judging by the score right now, it is still a tie, so it's not in anyone's favor. The score can still change rapidly. However, with PG Tips being able to level up the score, they have proven themselves to be dangerous so far. AYB should be scared at this point, considering they are still tied scores, but judging by that round, PG Tips have a predatory attitude, and I've said this word quite a bit. They really want to see basically the score go in their favor. Even death is not feared by the one who has lived wisely, says Yaze as he brings home an absurd amount of kills for his team so far, and also Trex also assisting in that majority of those kills for his team.
So moving into round number 5, our second last of our opening half, and these teams yet, as you'd imagine, on Oregon are very difficult to separate, and this is the storyline you're going to see for every single Oregon between two teams at a similar level. They're going to be able to go blow for blow and stand with each other through every single round, and we're seeing that in definition here. So which team will be able to break the stalemate and get a deficit of 2 rounds advantage first will likely be your victors. Yet again, a castle brought out by Instinct, and that's going to help really restrict the movement available to those of AYB Esports, but again, does limit any potential roam presence or reflanks coming up the main stairs, judging by that audio cue breaking it down. JCS getting on this window, and well, he's not going to go for anything too hot, but just getting rid of that castle barrier now instead of worrying about doing it later is a good decision and a good use of utility early in this round. JNO are very worried and cautious in case someone is playing on that window or still waiting to repel on in. But as we have that benefit of silhouettes, we know he is lying in wait for no one who's there.
Well, with all-star 5 players from both sides left on the team, it's really going to just be pushing in from the master bedroom and also the trophy room now into the point. Wolfie is going to be stood here strong without his army with him, but he's going to be watching this really hard for any sign of sudden movement. Someone is there, but unfortunately he is not able to do anything about it. Frenzy is going to be watching this attic for anyone pushing in. The carrier is denied. The diffuser is not in their hands. Not sure why, as all 5 players are still on the board, but unfortunately, it's really, well, it's actually outside, so it's still possible to get. So it's really just a point of getting that diffuser and going, either wiping out the players or going for the plant, which is obvious siege knowledge. But Choco's going to be watching it from this dining hall roof. He goes for a Salma throw, but unfortunately the ADS is able to take it out. It's not going to be doing anything. Frenzy clenching that headshot onto Vapor. That's going to be wiping out one of their hard breaches for AYB. Rest assured, they do still have another. Wolfie, though, is going to get the refrag on Frenzy, taking out the Goyo for their team. So that is a utility operator down, but Goyo shields have already been popped and are still out of action for this round. 1 minute remaining. Well, just over left on this clock. Wolfie is watching from this walk-in, hopefully going to make his way in as he does. And little does he know that he's soon going to be greeted by someone camping on those white stairs. He's going to be moving his way in slowly, watching it hard because he knows where they are. He's going to go for it. He doesn't manage to get the kill yet. GCS can catch a headshot on Textrella though, but Wolfie's going to go home with a double and take out Instinct. Now it's going to be a 4v2. Yaze and Noya are the only ones left, but Noya is not going to clutch it as Wolfie and Fury collectively are able to wipe out the rest of PG Tips.
This assault on the dorms has been so fantastic by AYB. They're just so aggressive and ruthless when it comes to their gunfights, and as you've been saying, predatory is a great description of this. They're just hunting after the kills and they're finding them, and their success in the offense has been credited to their ability to win their fights. It's been a fantastic performance from them, but they haven't been able to be decisive because they've always lost a repeat round. But this time, we won't be seeing a repeat round as Kitchen and Dining, the tertiary site for many, we were brought out here in round number 6, the final round for the defense of PG Tips. So can they hold on and be able to get this split to a draw, or will AYB finally be a team that managed to break the stalemate and get a two-round advantage moving into the second half?
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Some of the shots that Wolfie in particular has been hitting for AYB, like the way he peeks it and his knowledge of exactly how this gunfight is going to go, it is outstanding and phenomenal to see him do for AYB Esports. PG Tips with Yazi and Tex collectively put together, they do have the same amount of knowledge as AYB. I haven't seen anyone specifically stand out yet apart from those 3 new players. But then again, I really want to see more out of Vapor and also Noya. But Instinct, he is playing as Maestro, your favorite operator, but playing as an intel, you really aren't expected to receive that many kills. Your main goal is to provide that information for the rest of your side. However, as Vapor being the hard breacher, really opening up these walls with his Havana X pellets and then pushing in, I really hope to see a lot more out of them and bring home a lot more kills, but unfortunately, it's not went that way. But hey, who knows, maybe in this round it could be his. He could still be warming up, and really he could be waiting to release it all. But Vapor with the drone work going out, he's going to be spotting some of these area denial tools and some of the Maestro Evil Eyes going down. But Wolfie, what is he doing? Going to be standing on a breach charge, opening up the small tower office. He's going to be losing a lot of health from that, which is unfortunate. But it's really just going to be a game of finding out where they are and executing their plan.
A lot of damage for Wolfie there to take, so an interesting decision from them to stand so close to their breaching armor. Frenzy playing inside of the dorm room now. He's lurking up by that big window, potentially looking for a rotate across. He will get detected when doing so, but this push right now is going to be very typical for what you would see. A lot of pressure being applied to shower, so they're going to try and break this fortress down. More X-Kairos pellets deployed to try and open up a greater line of sight. Now Selma's used to crack open the main objective wall. Textrolo, those going to be met by Vapor, and he's going to come out victorious in the very first gunfight, and then that's going to be the first kill of this opening or this round. And now he's going to play around this shield and just make his presence known, raining shots off in the distance so his position is known and heard. And now everyone's going to have to queue up to try and clear this position because he holds the power. Utility tossed out his ADS, catches one. He's going to spot the head of the ace, but can't quite find the shots to kill her down. He's going to queue up another one. He's playing very cautiously, dancing around this pillar of blockers. He's going to be able to find the head of Choco down. A great play yet again by Textrolo, just holding his ground so perfectly. Nearly finding the head of a third there, but dueling inside. That's going to be Wolfie, the third victim of that Jaeger, but traded away before he can find four. And Yuri and JCF are the last two standing. Can they make this work in a 2v4? Lots of work to do, but they have okay amount of time to work with. Just a minute now. So they can isolate a 1v1, they can get this back on a level playing field, or close to it, and they'll be able to work in execution, but time now draining away.
Slowly but surely leveling it down to 45 seconds. PG Tips just holding their points, but AYB have to plan their plan soon and then execute it in the remaining time they have left. Yuri and JCF are really going to be on their lonesome, but he's going to be able to hit Instinct. That's going to be taking his head out, and GCF's also going to be able to take out Yaze. That's going to be leveling out the players to a 2v2 now. Frenzy and Noi being the only ones left for PG Tips. Not really the best performing players, but he's going to prove me wrong as Noi is able to get the headshot on JCF. That's going to leave Yuri all on his lonesome, playing as Ayana left in the shower, soon to be rotating out, but also gonna come into a bit of trouble when he has 7 seconds left to plant this diffuser. He's gonna be going for it, knows that he's gonna get pushed, but he predicted wrong. Frenzy's gonna go for a nitro, but takes out Neuer, goes for the plant, but unfortunately, Frenzy is gonna easily shut him down with the lack of time on PG Tips. Well, actually, on AYB's side.
I believe he may have even been able to get that plant down if he stuck it. Now imagine if that C4 went out, if he was able to stick that plant and get that diffuser down. So, an unfortunate round for AYB there. And that's going to leave us all tied up going into round number 7. And thanks to our 6 analysts and our beautiful observer, Max D, being able to pull up all of these the our 6 analyst stats. And we're going to be seeing a good entry there from Wolfie. 201 in terms of entry, 2 opening kills, and that's going to be leading the charge with the highest rating on their team. But Textrolo, as you've seen, his performance has been impressive so far. Highest rating on his team as well, and just looking all the way down. It's been a very tied up performance, and now at the bottom, Vapor and Instinct are yet to really make an impact for their team. And you want to see that step up a little bit, but again, a thing to note, Vapor has been playing on those support roles, and I think Instinct as well, so their job or the influence they have around isn't always displayed by any of our metrics, at least we have trackable in the game. So, downstairs in the basement, first defense for AYB. Can they do a better job than PG Tips? They have this time, bringing in Womai and the Jaeger, so two catchers available, and it's going to make utility game a little bit trickier to deploy for the side of PG Tips.
It absolutely is. AYB really going to be setting up their defense strategies. There's no operators in the pool right now that are jumping out and leaping at me saying, oh hey, look at me, I'm new. The only really interesting That is Oregon.
This is the thing about Oregon you're going to see. These teams are going to bring reasonably similar philosophies to defending every single site because that's how Oregon is. It's linear, at least in defensive strategy. The method and methodology of your attacks can vary, but what you're going to be facing rarely changes. And this time, 2 catchers, while on paper is, sounds like a major change, it realistically isn't. They're just going to still be dumping utility as they would, and the only real area of contention that's going to provide it is going to be elbow, which can be super important, but it can be ignored as well. So, again, this is Oregon playing out the way it is. Small changes. As you can imagine, 2 different teams, 2 different philosophies. Wolfie aggressive on the tower stairs. Drone going to flush out this Jaeger, but yet to have an impact in the round, and if he can play aggressive in this position, this might be very beneficial.
Well, with just over 2 minutes remaining, they have all the time in their world to execute their plan. The drone work going out on the top floor, leveling it down to the first. They're soon going to execute their plan to push down onto the bottom floor with no one currently on there, but I think we do have some entrance from construction. I'm not 100% on that one, though. It's really just going to be a cause of clearing out the floor bit by bit and then moving their way down. Yaz is going to use his X pellets to open up this hatch leading into the site, but Instinct is a bit delayed, going to make his entrance through the construction site. PG Tips just being able to finally locate Bomb A. It's just going to be a bit of entrance now from construction, but Vapor knows exactly what they're doing, and he's going to be watching it really hard. With the SMG-11 in hand, waiting for Instinct to make his move, there is also going to be one from PG Tips sitting on those stairs, but Wolfie knows exactly what's going on and is watching it with all he has. Yazzie with the drone work also going out, hopefully going to give a bit of information to PG Tips on where Wolfie is at this time. He's really just going to be contesting it. Flashbang's going to be flying from PG Tips now. Wolfie still playing as Jaeger, is his main operator. He's going to be sat watching this angle from basement corridor. With just over 50 seconds remaining, they have to execute their plan soon.
And this is going to be a very important fight. They try to push Wolfie out of pillar, but this Jaeger is taking a great position to try to deny some time and possibly take some lives with him. He's going to spot the drop out, and that's going to be one traded off. He's going to instantly lose his life as Textrolo quick on the draw, but Yasuo falls. Jury's going to get one of his own, and Instinct's next to go. Vapor holding his ground inside of elbow, spots the player across. The SMG-11 Sing's going to be enough to get it down, but he can't confirm the kill just quite yet. Has a toxic canister to help fish it out as Texolo steps up to the plate, and that's going to be Vapor finishing off his kill, but he's going to get exposed and loses life through RFC at the hand of Texolo. Now Nior is going to be able to try and make a push, get control inside of the objective. The future's going to get shuffled around. The player inside of Freezer being spotted out, and a difficult engagement there as shots trading off left, right, and center with 5 seconds left. The clock is surely going to hit 000 sooner rather than later. That's the future denied. A C4 tossed out for the final kill, and AYB make good on their very first defensive round.
Well, on their first defensive round, as you said, it is immaculate to see them clear out that team. AYB getting rid of PG Tips, it's really gave them a score advantage so far, moving on to the defense side. Now, this is AYB's map. They did choose Oregon, and they also did choose attack first. So whether this is just a sleight of hand chance of them getting a good defense round, or whether they are extremely skilled on defense and know what they're doing, we could be in for a rapid score change increasing from here. It was close for PG Tips to be able to level out the score and maybe be able to win this round in particular, but unfortunately they were not victorious. And as we say at the start of the game, this is 2 unvictorious teams who have faced defeat and draws on multiple occasions. So if they can just not continue what they've been doing in the past games and really give each other hell, then one team will come out of this victorious, unless of course we go draw and draw on Clubhouse and Oregon, which will make our lives as casters absolutely boring, but the score very interesting and not giving anyone a defeat or victory.
10 seconds to go.
So, with my round number 8 now in this in our prep phase, we're going to go upstairs, and
Attackers must locate and defuse.
I'm looking at this and going, AYB were very strong on their defense in the basement, but they seemingly got a little bit sloppy towards the end. I think I want to point out Vapor. We could have got that kill confirmed with a safe toxic cancer tossed out, but instead he got aggressive with that shotgun and lost his life and gave an opening to the opposition PG perhaps get that plant down. Now the teammates were able to make a good recovery and were able to not lose a life in the effort of that 2v2, but it's something to look out. So upstairs yet again, how will this differ from the normal strategy? Yet again, 2 catchers brought out, so utility game is going to be a little bit more in favor of the defense, being able to deny even more objects, but Wolfie on the roam inside of meeting, possibly going to be able to hear Toxolo's entry, going to be able to crack that twice. Here's the Ash charge going off, but Toxolo yet to enter the building and opening that vertical angle to deny any mute jammers or so from a safe distance outside, and just misses Wolfie coming out inside of the main hallway. So an interesting, perhaps missed drone, but is that drone going to get removed? That's going to relay the information, so he's not going to be completely left in the dark to the position of this Jaeger.
Well, with just under 2 minutes remaining on the clock, Wolfie is gonna make his entry through the kitchen. With the site being just above him, I'm not sure how this is gonna work out for him. It's usually the defenders underneath the site with those intel tools and the nitro cells ready. There is only 2 nitro cells in the pool being used today, so that really is not in their advantage. But of course, with these black eye cameras positioned around the map, that really gives the defense team a big lot of knowledge on when to use these nitro cells. But again, there's no real pushes going on the board right now. There is a couple players from PG Tips sat in this trophy room, but with the Habana pellets now going down, I think that's going to be opening up the wall behind Yuri. But there we go, he's going to get the headshot on Frenzy, which is a beautiful shot, and he is going to be wiped off the board for today. It's now going to be a 5v4 with, of course, Frenzy being removed from the pool of players left today. So Instinct going to be making his push through the trophy room, waiting for his next victim with his predatory attitude that he has. I'm not sure if anyone is going to be lucky enough to cross his path though, but hopefully they will be able to see eye to eye.
Yuri holding a good position here, trying to deny anyone getting control of Hunters, and it's a very tricky position to fight through, but Textrawler trying to break the line and go on the flank. The Valkyrie JCF's down below and seemingly aware of this Ash lurking in the lower areas, but not going to be looking the right direction. JCF has an opportunity and a fantastic shot just to find the back of the head of Textrawler, and that's going to remove that initial threat. With only 25 seconds left to go, with some urgency is required. A double vault in with a big window there, and that's just going to be a complete misplay and a flawless round by AYB, drowning out that clock and dragging this round in the deep waters. And that left PG Tips with no real option but the dive bomb into the objective to no avail. So that's going to be a round victory for AYB Esports, putting the scoreline to 5-3. 1 round away from getting us to match point here on Oregon.
Well, with only being 1 away from that lucky number, holding the match point bare on your shoulders, it's really not something you'd like to have, being on the edge of every second that you could lose the game. It's really not something that these pro players need full concentration to have on their shoulders. Again, it's not something you want to have. So, really talking about the last round, JCF playing as Valkyrie, he was incredible, okay, because the positioning of his black eye cameras around the map, we did get to see a couple of them in action, but not that many. They were around like really common spots. They weren't in comp you'd expect them to be hidden, right? But he went for a very clear positioning and just threw them right on the ceiling. Now I'm not sure if that was an accident that he chose Valkyrie or whether he wanted to try something new, but judging from where he was positioning them, it looked like he had never played Valkyrie ever before in his life. But the actual attitude that he had and bringing home the kills was absolutely outstanding. So with that being brought into his armory, he will be swapping back onto Malusi now and letting Yuri take Valkyrie, the top fragger for AYB Esports right now. But I don't really see anything new, and as I've just said, Yuri, the positioning of that camera is just in the most obvious position in the corner of the room. It does have a very clear spot on where they're going to be, but then again, that isn't the site. They're not really going to be expected. But of course, if he's going to use that for his, get multiple pings on them for any nitro cells or wall bangs, it's not going to really help them, because of one scan to detect them, they're going to be aware and straight away look for the corners, which of course is not, it's not good for the Valkyrie, because it's not going to be hard to remove the camera at all.
Well, with this push is going to be occurring now and trying to get control of small tower to launch, a staging ground to get control of showers, and ultimately the objective is going to be the main priority for PG Tips. But their back's a little bit up against the wall now, and the first time in this matchup we're going to see a team there 2-round advantage. C4 tossed out, but Vapor is not going to have the best of throwing arms. It's not even going to make connection with the soft roof above. Dextrolo is not even going to have to worry about taking any damage from that. We hear the Selma charges getting attached to a wall, and that's going to be one of the hard breach panels opened up. And a bit of a line of sight created for the PG Tips to try and work with and to move this play, or this roamer extension inside the showers.
Well, Textrello opening that up with the breach charge, luckily not standing on it this time like the previous round. Vapor is going to be holding this kitchen area with his TCSG, just waiting for anyone to peek that hole that has been opened up. Obviously the TCSG is a shotgun, so it's really not going to be that good long range. However, TCSG is I would say a medium range weapon to be used, so it could be used in his favor, but not in JCF's favor, as Noise going to get the shot on him, removing him from the scoreboard for this round. That is going to be a 4v5 in favor of PG Tips. Yuri and Vapor are really going to be holding off different angles now, but AYB are slowly going to be moving their way up from the first floor and advancing, well, from the second floor and advancing their way down to the first. I've not really seen that much contesting going on from the first floor in particular, although most of AYB are actually spread out across the second floor, which is really something you like to see. With, of course, JCF being wiped off that board, they have lost their Malusi, but the Gemmers are already down, so no utility lost. But with all of PG Tips now being down on the first floor, Textrello is going to get rid of Yuri for this round. It's going to be him gone. The defuse being planted by Instinct. Vapor could do something to counter this, but it's not going to be able to, as Frenzy is going to be able to take out Vapor. Wolfie's going to take Textrello, but Noise is going to get the refrag on a Choco. Diffuser has been planted. The time is now ticking.
That's going to be Wolfie getting one of the Janor, and this is going to be a very tricky situation. 3 to find and no time to really wait around to do so, so has to play aggressively. Has that Nomad's back turned inside of showers, but isn't going to check. Trace around gives away that position, and that was actually Frenzy on the Sophia, but it doesn't matter. Sophia's going to win out that gunfight. Frenzy shuts down any clutch dreams in the head of Wolfie. That's going to be a round back for PG Tips.
A round back in their favor, so it is still 1 round away from match point. However, PG Tips are getting closer and closer. The massacre that went down just as the diffuser got planted, Wolfie was unfortunately unable to pull it back. However, Frenzy did get the closing kill of that round on Wolfie, but I don't think any man is strong enough to be able to take on an army of PG Tips, whereas Wolfie, the top fragger that he is, he's a great player, but I don't think even he can bear that level of combat on his hands. But moving into the 10th round, the score is now 5-4, so only 1 round away for PG Tips to draw up the tie up the score. Sorry, I don't know how that came out. I'm losing my language today with it. It's been a long day.
It certainly has been. Well, it looks like we're in store for a very long Oregon matchup as per usual. Teams just can't get this done nicely and quickly. We always have to see some long format games here in Oregon. I would genuinely kill for a nice action-packed theme park, coast, or cafe someday soon. But man, I guess we'll stick with our meat and potato maps for now. And back down to the basement we go. Can AYB force their way on the match point? Or can PG Tips claw this one back? Yet again, 2 capture setup being brought in the Goyo by Choco. This is going to be the same strategy employed as I'd imagine. We have the opening inside of Attic for any potential roam presence. Wolfie playing up inside of T2 here. Interesting decision. Mine's going to make sure that drone is certainly dead, making sure there's no survivors of that drone's entire family line. And that's going to be just playing inside of here. That presence known is going to delay some time. Has the escape route readily available. It's going to take so and use it very, very early. So not going to even try and take a risk of life. A Poncho is trying to deny anyone from that window, but that Poncho is just going to alert the position of Wolfie. So a fall back is going to be imminent. Keep that HP in check and stay alive, because losing someone so early in this round often spells disaster.
I can see AYB really holding this off well, but I can also see PG Tips setting themselves up for failure. They're pushing up through the top floor once again, but with the operators that AYB have chosen, such as a Smoke, a Malusi, they really could have a difficult push on their hands. And also the Goyo shields being brought into play, that utility that AYB have on their hands, it really could be a living hell for PG Tips. But as JCF just going to be roaming the bottom floor waiting for anyone to advance down. He's going to be waiting quite a while, though, as they are going floor at a time and slowly making their way down bit by bit.
Well, you gotta be, very certain as you're making your push down, and clearing floor by floor is a good approach to make sure you're never flanked or caught off guard. You get that with my disc catching a flashbang, but it's not gonna be saving the eyes of Wolfie. He's gonna get blinded, but no one's gonna be able to push up behind it. There's only there to utility. More drones tossed out and lost. And that's gonna be the Gaio shield now no longer in play. So Pixel's gonna be a little bit more exposed as Choco pulls back his Vulcan shield to relocate it deeper down the hallway. An interesting choice and a readjustment, with lots of damage getting done by Vapor's toxic canister. That's gonna be 2 breaths taken by Instinct and Frenzy. Not going to be looking too healthy either, so Vapor in a great position to hold out. All 3 ADS is there to try and protect the smoke. That's going to be all ADS is now removed. Flashbang's tossed out, and Vapor's going to be able to retreat. He has to play this perfectly, otherwise he's going to get caught out. Toxic canister out. He could have an opportunity to get this wall reinforced, but I believe it's going to get reinforced up behind him, so he's going to be committing his life to this position and holding the line with everything he has left standing. Another canister going to get tossed up to meet that flashbang, but he's going to get fully caught out by it as Vapor loses his life, as that's going to be... Yeah, so getting that kill, Yuri's going to get that trade off, but instantly get fried out themselves. As Frenzy's going to get that kill, and now in a 4v3 in favor. Well, scratch that. Now in a 3v3 in favor of no one. A brawl ensuing as JCF's going to get one of his own. Wolfie, another one, and now, yes, the last man standing inside of Elbow with 20 seconds to work with, and every position compromised. Everyone going to be training his gun in his known position. A tricky fight to ensue. Going to get one in the Wolfie, but now with such little time to work with, and I imagine this round is all but over. That Banshee slowing down the progression of getting control of this diffuser, and as the clock gets close to that 000, everyone's going to know where he is, and JCF gets that final kill. 3 in the round for him, and that's going to be AYB getting themselves onto map point here on Oregon.
Charming final kill there by JCF, removing Yaze from that round. But going on to match point, it is a good thing to point out that there is no such thing as overtime in ECS Major League, so it is quite possible that it could be drawn up by PG Tips if they work very hard over these next 2 rounds. They're only still 2 rounds away, as I just said, so it's very easy for them to pull this back as long as they know what they are doing. Judging by some of the players on PG Tips, they know exactly what they're doing. And when I say some players, I'm really aiming towards Yaze and Textrella, the amazing skill that they have. But as for AYB Esports, they've been doing a lot better on their defense side, I think, than their actual attack, and it is a shame because they picked to be on attack first, and this is their map, so maybe if they just continue working as they have been doing, we could be ending the map of Oregon this round if they know exactly how PG Tips are going to play. They only have one intel operator to their name, and that is going to be the Valkyrie, played by JCF, so setting up the black eyes around the area, as we can see one going down in the attic. These new forms of intel and sources over surroundings are really going to work well in their favor, whereas on PG Tips they are still following the same layout of operators they have always had, which is having these 2 hard breaches and 2 soft breaches. But then again, on Oregon, when I say the map's unpredictable, I mean the actual plays. The operators are always predictable. We're going to see on defense Wama, Jaeger, Smoke, and sometimes a mute, as we can see, but on attack we're always going to see the 2 hard and 2 soft. And also you usually see that flex, which is quite normally a nomad, which is being brought into play today, and I can obviously see how this nomad is going to help in their favor, setting down the air jabs, making sure that they have no form of rotations behind them and able to sneak up on them and get any kills. But as the drone work going out by Instinct into the master bedroom, really going to be getting any source of intel he can find at this point. That wall actually leading into attic is going to be soft, and I've actually never seen that done before.
What that allows is for the player inside of attic to have control, or at least try and contest anyone entering inside a master bedroom. And when you have a position like this, it's going to make it very difficult for the standard push of getting control of Hunter's Lounge and master bedroom as viable. So it's going to force the main effort of this attack to go towards attic, or it's going to push up from white stairs or the big window. So a good strategy brought out by AYB. And I wonder if this will work out how they intended. Wolfie, though, playing sneaky around, and that's going to find the back of Textrolo, and that's going to be removing one of the most prevalent threats. As you see, Textrolo on 14 kills there, so very dangerous gunner removed early from play, but that's going to be JCF losing his life as he tries to peek out that Nomad. But Wolfie plays aggressively close to the door. Nomad peeks for information, going to get it, drops prone, and an awkward fight there, but that doesn't matter, as Janora's going to be able to get that kill. 2 for his name now, and a great start for that Nomad player on that flex, but acting as the fragger in the entry, gets 2 for trading off Textrolo. 1 minute, 20 left to go. Yasu's going to get one of his own as Choco falls. And now 2 versus 4 for the defense. Can they set up a good crossfire to hold the line? And 2vx is always a dominant position for Ari. Always a position I never doubt the defense. So they're going to be stretched very thin here on this offense. They're trying to creep up the white stairs here. Some shots missed off. It doesn't matter. The AUG is going to sing sweet, and that's going to be Yasu losing their life. As Vapor is going to get traded off for 3 kills now for the Nomad. A swing coming out for Yuri. And that's going to be a shut down the Rampage of Ignore. But that's going to be all she wrote for that round as PG Tips battle it through. And that's going to be round 11 going in favor of the offense. And that is going to force us all the way to round 12. The end of regulation, the final round here in Oregon. Who will come out? Will it be AYB getting the victory, or can PG Tips claw this one back to a draw?
Well, with them only being 1 round away from being able to draw up the score, it's really all or nothing now for PG Tips. AYB being able to either take the game now or come out with a draw. This will be the last round of Oregon. Thank goodness. But with them really coming out and being able to increase the score on AYB's side, PG Tips are like, nah, not happening. They've climbed their way back up from 4 to get it to 5. So it's really going to be, I wouldn't say interesting, I'd say more hard for PG Tips now, because they've done that second last round. AYB are going to be on the top of their game on their defense. The exact same operators as before. The Valkyrie still in play. Those sources of intel didn't work out in their favor at all for AYB Esports. However, PG Tips, we do still have the Habana and Ace. And the Nomad also brought back into play, which just hasn't gone anywhere. I do like Nomad. The air jabs that has been used are absolutely amazing plays. I haven't really seen them come in that much this map, but in previous games and other maps, they have been a charm and a treat to witness. But really going into it as the round is just starting off, we'll have to see what time will tell.
Certainly so, and this Nomad is a good decision, a good kind of bringing out for Oregon, because you can really kind of, really restrict the movement available to the roaming presence, and that can hurt a team like AYB, who like to be aggressive on their roam, especially Wolfie, who's been able to cause so much chaos out in that roam so far. So PG Tips playing with it all on the line now. If they want to be able to get a good result in the series, they have to get a draw here to guarantee some points. So an interesting approach now. We're going to be seeing Yasuo Havana trying to lead the charge from inside or out towards that big window, but only probably opening it up, and that's going to be the Nomad. Well, exactly, that's going to be the Habana getting the opening kill as JCF. The Valkyrie falls first, and that's a C4 down below, no longer available. That's a pretty large blow as they sort of finds a drone game, and that's going to be the Jaeger of Wolfie spotted out, and that's going to be some shots whizzing past that Jaeger and kind of applying some pressure. An escape route's been opened up, so Wolfie can get all the way back inside of server room. Has the drop down the freezer available, so will they be able to take full avail of it and fall back to side, or keep this roam game alive? And I think Wolfie's opting to keep this roam presence up and running.
Well, with Frenzy getting another kill on Vapor, removing him from the board, it's really going to be a difficult situation for AYB to be able to come this back. Yuri getting sent down to very, very low HP, and Choco just watching his back, but Instinct is going to be able to clear him off the board for today. It's now going to be a 2v5 with Instinct watching the shield like a hawk, which does have Choco just camping behind it. Quite scared, actually, I think he would be. But Wolfie is going to be contesting this, but he doesn't come out victorious, as Choco is going to be able to, Noi's going to be able to take him down, but Choco is also going to get the refrag on Noi. Choco is now left all alone. The defuse being planted, but it's not going to go, well, it's not going to be needed, actually, as Textrello is going to be able to clear out Noi for that round, drawing up the score for the map of Oregon. Very good game.
It really much was, but as you'd imagine, it was Oregon a draw. Not much of a surprise in that one. A map that's so difficult for teams to find a separation between each other, and we didn't see that separation at all. AYB had the advantage, but again, a map like Oregon, so linear, so easy to break down on either side. The offense of PG Tips just found the weaknesses and picked it apart, and they were able to get themselves that draw. So a good result for them leading into our very first map. But don't forget, there is still one more map in this matchup, and it will be going to Clubhouse, the meat and potato duo of Siege, Oregon and Clubhouse. So who's going to be coming out victorious in that one? A draw between these teams means they're both very closely contested, but Clubhouse is a map that styles can make a lot more of a significant impact, so I hope we'll see a bit more of an action-packed and intense series going into that.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna go to an intermission straight away. Okay. Alright, the producer's just yelling in my ear at this point. Alright, well, I think we are going to send it to a very short 5-minute intermission. Well, a little bit longer, I'm not sure, we'll see. Just into that, there we go, 10 minutes and 20 seconds while we warm up for the second map. But it has been an absolutely outstanding first map on Oregon, tying up the score PG Tips versus AYB. And especially with that being AYB's map, the team that I thought would come out victorious, and obviously PG Tips gonna choose the map of Clubhouse. It's really curious to see how this map is going to play out.
Oh, I think, yeah.
to say what you wanna hear. I will bite my tongue till I disappear. Take me apart, let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'll play the part of whomever you want me to be, 'cause my identity has been lost to me.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Whippet, one of your casters for this evening, and today we're going to be back with some
Right.
elite chat. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to ECS. My name is Grissom. One of your
my room, to be honest. That's not good enough.
Yeah, so my name is Grissom, one of your casters. This person is Whippet, who is
Oh, am
one of
I? There's apparently a name tag somewhere. Hold up, where's my... there's a name tag that says my name. Did you know that?
Yeah, it is.
Crazy. Crazy stuff, isn't it? Ugh, our production team are doing wacky stuff these days, giving us name tags.
Well, we have just witnessed the first map of Oregon, which was a draw between AYB Esports and PG Tips. However, going on to the second map, a map we have never seen before, Clubhouse.
We've never seen either of these two maps played, as you can tell. You know, it's a rarity. We get Club and or Oregon. And, well, our community predictions for this one. It's going to be, well, AYB, the community is 53% of you are thinking you're going to be a win, and the staff, 50% are going to be backing AYB to get all the way there. So, there is no waiting around for this one. We are straight into the action here on Clubhouse. Your bans start now, and I'm already going to say it's going to be a Thatcher and a Maverick on the offense. It's painful that we shall follow such a tight script when it comes to the bans we witness. Or could be surprised, you never know.
Could be a little change. They could have heard how annoyed we are with the first game, but here we go. And there we go. We're going to be saying goodbye to Capital from the pool of operators left in this brawl today.
Finally, we're going to see some variation, and I'm absolutely a fan of it. So, that's going to be Capital off the board. The smokes, the asphyxiation darts, he is... finally getting out of, someone finally knew, but this is going to be a Thatcher ban. Yeah. But it's such a blanket ban, everyone's going to get rid of him. Oh well, but on the defense side, I think it's going to be seeing probably a Mira, or a Wamai, or a Catcher, I think is probably safe, but or a Kaid, I think that's going to be another one that's going to come up. What a surprise, Kaid banned, because Thatcher was banned. So, Mira, Wamai, it's going to be one of those two. Maybe an Echo. That's what we're going to be seeing from PG Tips. It's... As you can tell, I'm a big fan of the current climate, and there he goes. There's Omai out of the play. So the only outlier is going to be Capital.
Well, Capital, I like the operator. He holds the, back a long time ago, he was actually one of the only colored Rainbow Six Siege operators. However, we did soon say hello to Melusi and Wamai, but again, there's a lot of people with masks who we don't even know what color they are, but he is now not left alone in that pool.
Interesting. Okay, I didn't expect us to go into this.
Well, hey, that's like, he was a very... it's what everyone called him by.
Do you remember when he had frag grenades? You remember back in the days when he had frags?
Oh, don't make me cry, please. Please.
Oh man, those were the glory days. I would trade so much to go back where things are balanced around utility and not on who has what optic. God, what a blessed time we used to play Siege in. But we're going to be getting ready for our very first round here on Clubhouse. CC Cash will be our defensive choice, brought out by PG Tips.
Well, getting into it on the first round, I'm actually very, very excited to see actually, this is a complete lie. I am, it's good to see the Bandit being brought into play, obviously, because the Kaid got banned. I'm not excited or anything like that, but...
I mean, the thing with this Bandit is, right, there's so many ways to deal with a Bandit trick now. I think it's almost like there's certainly fleeting returns on even bringing a bandit and not bringing a trick. So I think they're just going to be tossing, the wire on the wall and kind of just leaving it there. It's going to act as a small deterrent, a small bit of a time waste, but they're going to go down below. They're going to send an explosive up. They're going to get rid of it, open up the floor, make it impossible to trick. So it's not really something that's going to have, or I believe will have much of an impact in this round. So he's going to be Vapor, and it doesn't even matter. They have a Maverick, so he's going to shoot clean through this wall, and well, it doesn't matter. Buck's going to be there to make it a little bit easier. And already some damage done. The Valkyrie of Yassy's going to get lit up, and that's going to be uncomfortable for the Valkyrie to take engagements, but not a whole lot of HP lost as of yet. We saw that was Wolfie swinging those shots with the Sophia as they are. And Vapor's going to shoot through this wall, open it up as quick as he can. And that's going to be the first kill confirmed, but then team kill. Backed up instantly. Huh. Okay. Interesting.
Something tells me he did not want that one put on his record as he backs out of the game, but quite a few connection issues today on JCF side, so we should see him back shortly. But Frenzy is also knocked off the board, which will be the Bandit, so we can say goodbye to any possible Bandit tricking or area denial tricks that could be used by Frenzy, which is definitely unfortunate, but it is Rainbow Six Siege. We lose people every single second, so with Instinct watching this catwalk and Yaze holding the cash room, he's soon going to be greeted by Vapor and also Choco with Wolfie there as well for a bit of moral support. So we're all just going to be in this constriction area, and if they push in, then boy oh boy is he going to get a treat. But little do they know that Textrolo is also going to be underneath, lying on the stage, waiting to get a headshot on anyone in the constriction area who walked just past their head. It's not really the best positioning, but it's possible, and he could just maybe hit it, but unfortunately they didn't walk far enough. It's really just a case of them pushing into the point now and wiping out the remaining operators. Speaking of that, Vapor's going to get the headshot on Yaze, wiping him off the board, and Instinct is unfortunately going to be knocked and getting finished off by Wolfie with the double kill. That's going to be Choco planting the diffuser, and Noise going to hear it, but not going to be able to do anything about it just as of yet. He's going to know that someone is just over there, but unfortunately he's going to get taken out by Yuri, and that's the diffuser being planned. Textrell getting the refrag on Yuri. That's going to be him, only person left, but Wolfie is going to be taking Textrello out, unfortunately not clutching that round, but he was in a very hard situation. So unfortunately, and well, unfortunate for some, fortunate for others, that will be AYB Esports taking the first round.
Very, very efficient offense there by AYB. There was no fact to that. It was a lean push, and they were able to get the job done extremely efficiently. And even though even though JCF wasn't even part of that because he got team killed so instantly, so the team was already kind of in that 4v5 situation. Oh, the kill kind of happened very quickly, so barely wasn't much of a disadvantage at all. So we're going to be going back up to the CC cash room. And the second time of asking for PG tips, can they make some changes? The biggest threat to them right now is the ease of use this wall is going to get opened up. Because the Maverick's in play, Vapor can just chew through this with relative ease, and they're going to be having to worry about this wall being opened up. And the commitment to bringing the Bandit right now is an interesting choice because they can't do much to deny anything. And it does look like the primary batteries are getting placed on that. Could go onto the garage wall, but again, that hasn't been a primary vocal point for the offense by AYB. But we have only seen one round yet, so still some mysteries of how these teams are going to bring it. The Valkyrie, an important operator, going to try and provide that information, and that could be a very pesky tool, especially if an aggressive playstyle is adopted by PG Tips. If they have the information, they can go for swings on more aggressive peaks with a relative comfort that they know that they're going to be able to confirm those kills. So
Well, getting into the second round, preparation phase just ending. We are going to see Bandit being brought back, and also Yazi just remaining as that Valkyrie. With those black eye cameras being brought into play, they do have a large source of intel, because Clubhouse, with the objective of CCTV and cache being played, obviously there are only, I'd say, 2 or 3 different entry points to get, there are only 3 entry points to get into this objective regarding they have the reinforcement setup. However, most likely they do have that rotation setup from the cache room down to the stairs, so leveling that up to 4. There really is a lot of different places they can watch it from, but with Textrello roaming, it's instantly going to put a lot of weight on the defenders left inside the point if they are to do their push. But Textrello actually going below is a very huge play, especially for anyone from AYB Sports who's trying to push in through the lounge area, which is where he is. But We're not going to see anything just yet, which really is unfortunate. But the Habana X-Pelt's going on the garage. Textrella is going to be ready for a drone work going out by Choco, who's going to know exactly where Textrella is. And he drops down for safety and pushes back up through the stairs, hopefully, and can make his way up there. But with that wall being open, this is really gave a huge advantage to AYB Esports, with still being bandit charged. But unfortunately, they are going to be able to get through it.
AYB have been very efficient with the way they've been opening up these walls, but they're going to be finding themselves in the wrong end of the opening kill there, as Instinct's going to get one of the Choco, but a very instant refrag. Wolfie is there to be able to collect that kill. As Textrolo lining up to try and find that trade-off on the Wolfie, and battling his way instead of Lounge, look for more, and that's going to be JCF falling into the hands of that Jaeger, and wielded by Textrolo. So in a great position inside of Lounge now as the Fuser stuck in no man's land, but Vapor gets aggressive and finds a great kill. He's going to get 2 for his efforts. Frenzy and Junior drop to his gun as Wolfie's going to find themselves down in the DBNO. No possible recovery, but Vapor doesn't care. Yasuo's going to fall, and now finding himself in a 1v1 against Textrolo with lots of time to work with, but no diffuser in his hand. So that's going to be the primary objective. Get that win condition under control. He falls through the window. The shot's narrowly missing his head. His position now known. Throws out that drone for bait. But we see the silhouette scampering away inside of Lounge, trying to hold that position, and now recovering control of the objective is Traxolo, who can try and fight his position. Vapor is not aware of this at all, so he might get caught out and compromised by the player inside. He's going to try and beat away that Banshee and does so effectively, but the silhouette, we see Textrolo boosted up and holding his position on the box facing that window. Will Vapor be able to read his position, or is it going to be too much positioning prowess by Textrolo to win this one out? We hear that totally torturing through the wall to try and give Vapor a position, but so Textrolo is cautious and aware of it. He spots the leg of the Maverick, and the plant bait's occurring with such little time on the clock. Doesn't matter, Vapor finds him through the wall, and AYB take 2 rounds in a row.
Well, they are climbing high here, especially because this is not their map. It was PG Tips who chose this over Theme Park, which isn't really that hard of a choice for the players. I wish we did see Theme Park, but here we are with Clubhouse, yay, but with the replays coming on, we can see Vapor with some of these shots he was getting was nothing short of immaculate. But honestly, some of the breathtaking plays that AYB Esports have brought so far is really, really great to see. And going into round 3 now, which is halfway through the first split, then honestly, I was hoping we could see some other operators being brought into play when I seen that Frost come out, but honestly, we do still have quite a lot of changes. We have seen a Maestro being brought into play in favor of PG Tips, but with that second intel tool out there, of course, they do have the Malusi as well, which can be used for some sound hoarding if, you know, there's any roamers in the area or if they're putting them in the point. But really, that Maestro and that Valkyrie play by Instinct and Frenzy are going to be their main source of intel and area surroundings for this map. But on AYB Esports' side, having that book being brought along, if they were in the point of cache or CCTV, which obviously they still cannot do as they have not won that objective, but the quote, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Obviously this was broken, so they have had to fix it, and they've moved down to a different objective, seeing as cache and CCTV was not working for them. I think bringing that book, I think the ideal plan was to get rid of some of those bandit charges in the objective of CCTV. So with him being brought along, that could be a huge waste, and it's going to be played differently to how I predicted.
So with a different site now, will AYB be as efficient as they were attacking the top floor? So we're going to see a different approach, and this is going to be Yuri on the book trying to be aggressive on the opening. No initial drone for coverage, but very sweeping clear. And this is where you're going to get to see a real class of a team on a map like Clubhouse, because it's a map where a rhythmic approach can work out very well, and teams tend to stick to that pattern. If they go for a top-down clear, they'll do it in the same way every time, but you can just tell by their level of experience how efficient it is. JCF trying to breach and force his way in via Jacuzzi, trying to get control and splitting the top floor down, but I believe it's a full bunker defense, and yes it is. So all 5 members of the defense of P-Tips all lurking inside of the objective. Textrolo, the only one somewhat not in cover, but he was playing at the bottom of the main stairs, now retreats back into the objective. So it's up for AYB to spot this out, get control quickly, and start opening up hatches and get this win condition closer to achieved, because this is just a critical moment. If they waste too much time getting set up, he's going to lose the advantage for PG Tips.
Right away, pushing into the kitchen, they're going to get those Habana X pellets onto the hatch, opening it up to get that entry point into the objective, but not really anything going to help them just yet, as Instinct is going to watch this as much as he can with his LMG playing as Maestro. That hatch is going to be opened. A lot of the defending operators on PG tips are really just going to be located in the point. We're not seeing any roamers just yet unless I'm missing someone, but Wolfie is going to be able to take out Noya, executing him from PG tips just for now, and that is going to be their mute out of the play. Obviously with the mute gemmas already down, hopefully that will be no utility loss on the side of PG tips, however a valuable player. So we have a lot of action going out between Vapor and the operators remaining in the site from PG tips. It's going to be pretty much a game of cat and dog, of shots going back and forwards. Frag is hopefully going to be sent out. I did see them in hand, but not really going to do anything. There is going to be a lot of combat as Textrolo is going to be able to catch the head of Choco, but there's going to be Vapor getting two, and that's going to be Frenzy, and Textrolo wiped off the board. Yaz is going to be all by his lones himself right now, as Yuri's going to be planning the diffuser. He's going to be left in the site of Church, but there's going to be operators coming from every single angry. JCF is just going to finish off Yaze there from PG tips, which is going to give AYB the third round on Clubhouse.
3 consecutive rounds on the offense in a map that's historically been deemed as defender-sided is a great omen for things to come for AYB, but can they keep this momentum rolling? And Vapor, very opposite to where he was on the scoreboard of Oregon, finds himself in the dizzying heights of first on his team with great rating and coast. So I wonder if he can continue to keep this momentum rolling. And here are some replays. Vapor dropping on in. He got 2 there. Textrolo and Frenzy fall to the M4 and dueling away with low HP. A great amount of control gathered and a great final execution. A flurry of gunfire. And AYB are going to come out victorious 3 rounds in a row. One more round. You're going to deem this a very successful offensive split as they go back down to the basement of Church and Arsenal.
Attackers need to locate and
Well, the
defuse as many
second
bombs as they
attempt
can.
on this side of the first one did not go as they planned, leaving Yaze, the lonesome defender, unfortunately having to fight off an army of AYB esports. Setting up their intel tools and their Valkyrie cannons all around, we're going to see no change in the way they have played so far. Maestro and the Valkyrie still as their intel, and the Mute and Jaeger still in play. And obviously Yaze playing as Melusi, which has been his main operator, which we haven't seen him switch off all the way from Oregon, moving over to Clubhouse. But on the attacking side with AYB,
10 seconds to insertion.
the Maverick being brought into play by Vapor, which he has done a lot of this game. Unfortunately, we did see him banned on the map of Oregon, but leaving him in play. I did predict to see him actually be taken out of the pool today in the map of Clubhouse, but getting rid of that Capital, God knows why, as I haven't actually seen him being played. But oh, Textrol is actually going to catch the head of Choco, wiping him out of the pool today, and that is straight away going to give PG Tips a major advantage, losing one of their hard breaches.
Great opening peak there, but one advantage to running with 2 hard breaches is that level of redundancy. Vapor now so much more critical to this round. If he does fall early, his team will have no option but to funnel through these doors and hallways. Dropping the death trap. Junior, that's going to be Melusi going to try and take a fight. That was Yasuo. That's going to be on the wrong end of the C8 as Yuri is going to be too quick on the draw and get that kill. So back to a 4v4. But the thing you were saying, it's hard breach lost. That Habana, the queen of the hatches, no longer on the playing field, so Maverick has a lot of work to do, and Vapor is going to have to be truly efficient with this Tory Torch to be able to open up all the required hatches for his team, as he's going to be starting to make his way towards the hot spots of the map, and that the future's still isolated and stuck outside. He's going to be able to try and relocate and pick that up. Hopefully no one's going to be able to try and take his life from him either.
Hopefully not, as he's going to be rotating to grab that diffuser and hopefully make his way back down to the point. We are going to see JCF and Wolfie pushing in already through the corridor, but Instinct is going to bring his life to numbered, well, his days to numbers, sorry, as Vapor is going to be removed. But straight away, just a massacre, too much to actually commentate, as Tex and Nora are going to finish off the attackers of from AYB Esports, and that is going to be PG Tips taking their first round of Clubhouse.
That was a good round from them, and it really did stem from the fact that Habana was out of play, really forcing, you know, AYB into a tricky position where the strategy had to be reshuffled a little bit, so he couldn't quite get the momentum and all the cogs rolling. So a good fire back by PG Tips, but still a strong offensive half so far by the hands of AYB. Can they keep it rolling now? They've tasted their first slap of defeat in a round, so can they bounce back from that? As Jim Bedroom shall be our next side of choice. All three of the main sites have now been played, and seeing Instinct picking onto that castle, well, you expect, or you should know exactly what we're going to be seeing from him. He's going to be castling up the window and doorway and gym to help secure that bandit, or secure, that will be a bandit holding that jacuzzi wall, just to make a stronghold outside of that east or west side of the building.
Well, moving back up to, well, actually the first time on this site, it's been interesting to see how this Ella is actually brought into play. With those gizmo mines being placed around, you can see a lot of AYB esports players being concussioned by them, making their life simply a living hell, and without an IQ on their side, but still being left in the pool of operators which are available to play, then that might be something that can branch out in upcoming rounds. But for now, the F12 is actually being brought into play. Is it the F12? FN12.
The FO12.
FO12, there we go. I only remember that because I remember you actually calling it the F something 12. So, it's a great way to remember that weapon, but...
I mean, if given or if taken an engagement at the right range, this shotgun rarely leaves any survivors, and it's something you have to worry about. I'm sure AYB are going to be able to hear that making the rotates, and they have the information that they probably saw it as well, so they're going to be knowing that the cell is going to be taking these close-quarter engagements. But yet again, this wall, they've dedicated to holding it with the castle barriers, but guess what? Maverick's going to be able to negate all that effort, because he's going to be able to shoot through this wall and open up jacuzzi for relatively free.
Well, with Vapor just trying to get open the wall, there is really nothing going on at all apart from Neuer, who is prepared for the nitro cell to go out, and he does it, but unfortunately... Well, actually, I don't think he did do it. I think
he
the wall...
timed it at the exact moment that we saw the Zofia impact getting tossed out. His position is going to get spotted out, so Junior's going to have to try to jewel away inside a bathroom. Now he has no real option to retreat either, and here come the concussions, burning away at utility. He's going to get caught out by that one, escaping the bathroom, just playing me this little lone go. So he's just going to try and hold his position. He's going to get aggressive on the wall. It doesn't matter. He's going to find the head of Wolfie, and a fantastic shot of the SMG-11 by Junior, and now leaving Vapor the lone survivor by this jacuzzi wall to try and hold it and lock down this mute player. A shotgun in hand, lying in wait for this close play and aggressive push that has to come from this Maverick. He might be exposed to any frag grenades, however, as JCF's going to find himself at the wrong end of Textrolo down below, but Yuri's going to get one of his own under Frenzy. Some shots whizzing past the head of Vapor there, but he holds stead and he's going to keep calm and collected. He might just spot the head of Junior. He's going to try and do this knife bait to try and draw shots to the M4 and compromise Vapor's position, but he's aware of this and reading into it, trying to look for other positions. His sole remaining frag grenade tossed towards the main stairs, but zapped by the ADS close to him just by that drone hole. So now, with no utility other than his gun to work with, he's been left in a rock and a hard play situation. He has to make a fight or isolate a 1v1. We see that silhouette creeping up the main stairs. He might have a chance to pounce, but he's going to try and take the fight against Junior. But doesn't matter. The SMG-11 sings sweet in that close quarters. Oh my! A fantastic shot there, finding 3. And now Chalk, with the last man standing, is on that roof, and likely just going to be around our time just to get some information and recover. He's going to find Textrolo's shoulder, but not enough to down or kill. And this round is all but over. And a 1v4 with 35 seconds to work with. I don't think he has much of a shoe in to win this one.
Well, the time is ticking, and it being Choco left all on his lonesome. I'm not sure what the plan is here at all. He's wasting time just trying to even contest the gunfight instead of moving to a different place he can push in from. But hey, he is the professional player, so I have to go with whatever he's doing. But if he's able to hit it, and he does, he just managed to get the headshot on Textrello, but there is 3 more he still needs to put up with, and there we go. It is not gonna go well at all, as Neuer is able to just finish off Choco, which really is a shame, but that will be the second round now, going to PG Tips.
So good bounce back from PG Tips, getting 2 rounds back in a row. Here's this engagement with Junior here. He's going to peek around. That concussion is going to give away the M4 wheeling Maverick's position. The SMG-11 sings sweet in that close quarter, but what a shot there. The first bullet was perfect, finds the head of Yuri, and that leaves Choco in a 1v4. He gets one of the checks solo, but that's all she wrote. And Junior coming up to collect his 4th of the round. Shotgun in hand, and boom, from a long range, all pellets to that 12 gauge land. That's enough to win out the round. 2 in a row now for PG Tips. Can they build on this momentum and get 3 to tie us up 3 rounds apiece, moving into the side swap?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Well, the
defused by
plays
attackers.
that PG Tips have brought out in the past 2 rounds are simply heart-stopping. They have been executing their plans perfectly and also executing their enemies, so that works absolutely perfect in play and also perfect in a sentence, which I do like. So the drone work going out into the points, hopefully they will be able to identify where these Black Eye Valkyrie cameras have been placed. Now, Yaze has done quite well in the past for doing this, for putting down his Black Eyes in quite
10 seconds left.
interesting locations. I wouldn't say hidden.
Are
I'd
we,
say
are
more.
we going to take notes for Grist's Black Eye placement seminar? I'll get my notebook out.
Yeah, okay. Just go take notes of this, alright? So, on
I'll
Oregon,
pull up a
okay?
Google Doc for this one.
Alright, okay. Let me know when you've got it open.
So, if I'm ready, I'm here to go.
Alright, okay. So, on Oregon, the Black Eye placements he did were very obvious. They were like too obvious for anyone to even think to look over there. They were in corners of obvious objectives, but they did have good like leverage over the point. They knew exactly where everyone was in that room. Sorry. But on Clubhouse, he's gone for a way more hidden strategy and also saved some Black Eye cameras. He hasn't on this round, but he has in past rounds, and waited until someone is pushed through that point, and then maybe got a Black Eye positioning, and boom, that's just a lot of intel for the side of PG Tips. With this being the last side on the split, I'm actually sad to see Yaze go as Valkyrie, because I was excited to see where he could have placed these, but getting this wall open via Vapor, I hope that gives you a pretty good understanding of these Black Eye placements with it.
Oh, great shot by Yuri there, finding Frenzy. I believe Frenzy was prone, looking for the position on the Vapor there, but there's the wall all opened up and ready to go. Another player left in DBNO, and that's going to be JCF, finished off by Textrolo, who's going to be the nightmare down below in the bar. We've all had a few nightmares in the bar, I'd imagine, so Textrolo is trying to summon his inner demons and vanquish anyone who stumbles into his area. So, with a lot of time still left to go, the main wall has been established, but one kill both for each teams. It's an interesting position to find themselves in. Losing an Ash for a ban, it's a pretty okay trade in all honesty. The C4 is no longer going to be in play by Frenzy, so you don't have to worry about that from down below. But Instinct still playing up on rafters, can fight around this position, has that reinforced wall for cover, and can be an absolute nightmare. Has a good crossfire, and no one's going to enter in from the door inside of Cash, but Yuri's going to find Textrolo and shut him down. The Jaeger, who's been down below trying to cause all the chaos, has now been relieved of his duty by the Buck. Still playing aggressive on this main wall, looking for any opportunity, but doesn't matter. Finds Yaslo through the wall. A great shot as Wolfie gets one of the junior, and now Instinct, the last one standing all alone, gets two in quick succession. But Choco takes the opportunity to vault on in and get this plant down. The C4 is going to be sent on out. Will it be able to deny the plant? Yes, it will! And now Vapor and Instinct in a 1v1. Vapor's going to be creeping around server rack. The pre-fire's landing close to his proximity. A knife bait trying to draw out some fire. Going to get rid of that Malusi, but we see he's going to be darting down the red stairs. And now this is all to play for. Can PG Tips win this round out in the shoulders of Instinct and be able to get it? And it's, oh, fantastic, absolutely brilliant to cause the information coming from those Valkyrie cameras, Chris. And that was what was the key to victory. All tied up now, 3 rounds apiece going into the side swap.
Well, it is very sad to unfortunately see Yaze not being able to play Valkyrie anymore, because some of the Valkyrie camera intel that was used for the rest of the team was just a game changer. It really helped them get to how they have done it. As we can see, the Nitro also going out by Instinct. That was one of the plays I wanted to outline, which we luckily seen on the replay. They really did extremely well on that play to be able to reach that. But going in to the second split now, ties are going, I said it again, whip it, scores are going to be tied, not the tide are going to be scores. That is the second time this evening I have said that. Like, I'm turning it to you. I am language.
So, side swap has occurred and everything tied up yet again. Reminiscent of our very first map of Oregon, but this time I'm hoping to see one of these two teams come out victorious instead of the 12-round draw. So AYB now on the defense. They were very strong and efficient for the opening 3 rounds, but seemingly PG Tips cracked the code and was able to pick the lock of AYB's offense and really control the tempo of their rounds. And yes, Instinct in that fantastic clutch was able to hold his own in a 1v3, I believe. So I believe it was a 1v4 actually. He was able to clutch that one out, an absolutely fantastic performance. So, AYB kind of regained the momentum that they had in the opening of this game and get some rounds on the board here on their defense.
Well, I don't see any pushes at all with only being 20 seconds.
We've only been in the round for 5
Yeah.
seconds. Like.
20 seconds. I don't actually see where they spawned from, but actually, we have been proven wrong. We're going to be seeing a very swift push into the strip club. Textrolo is feeling very naughty today. As it's soon going to be rotating down to the point. See what I did there? Do you get it?
No comment.
Okay, let's not talk about that. But yeah, he's going to be up by the pool table now, just making his way. Hopefully going to be advancing down to the bottom floor as the drone work is now going to go out. Going to push it in through that room. But Frenzy is also going to be with him, doing this very swift and quick push, opening up some of the floor. But he does need to watch his back, as it is very easy for AYB Esports to just make that push up and get, well, stab him in the back pretty much. But JCF is going to catch Yaze's head. That's going to be taking the Habana, one of the hard breaches, off the board for PG Tips, which is really not something you like to see, especially when not that many hard walls are open. He was able to open up that hatch, which is a main part, but losing him that early is not something you like to bear at all.
Yet again, Habana being lost out early is a massive blow for any team, just by the sheer amount of hard breaching utilities X-Kairos pellets bring. But an interesting thing to look at right now is Wolfie's positioning all the way upstairs. But here we go, Textrolo and Junior trying to push into Vapor, trying to get control of Dirt. That's going to be 2 Ash charges deployed, and now Vapor is going to find himself between a rock and a hard place. No real way of escaping, so he's going to have to rely on his shotgun and toxic canisters to hold this ground. His ADS is replenished, so he can't get flushed out by splash bangs, but he's going to swing, and that's not going to be enough. That shotgun can't deny the pre-fire from an R4C. Textrolo is going to be claiming that life, and this, more importantly, the control of Dirt Tunnel with a minute left to play with. His JCF's hold of nice pixel angle by AK, but has to worry about now the open hatch. If he reveals himself too much, he can lose his life, and has lots of positions to worry about. He's the main line of defense inside of the main armory as well, and so one single slip up from the Malusi can cause disaster for AYB, and a rotation by Wolfie is probably required soon enough, as he's going to be able to try and take a fight against Dirt Tunnel, but to no avail quite yet. Trading shots, his position known, but he's just going to be able to keep the players at bay. Drops occurring, he spots the players go, but he's not going to spot the player by AK. No, Textrolo sneaks on in, and he's going to be able to get one of the Choco. Can't find 3, as Yuri pops up at the right moment, as Frenzy's going to get one of the Wolfie now. The plan's going to go down in the 3v1. The offense all stacked up to hold this together, as the Legion's going to walk on in, gets the yellow ping, but can't, or he's going to be able to get Frenzy. 2 more to go. He's going to be able to get it all. 1 more on Junior. Can he hold it out together in this post-plan situation, or will Yuri be able to battle away with the P5 in hand? Spots him through the barrier. We're going to relocate and reload. Is he going to creep around? He spots him yet again. Oh, through the wall! A fantastic shot there, as Yuri holds tight and gets the round for AYB.
AYB, they have came into this and they have told PG Tips that they want to win, which is really something we love to see in ECS. But with him being able to take the first round of the split in a post-plant situation, with that counter defuse, it was a absolutely, what's the word I'm going to use here? Let's say it was an absolutely breathtaking play from I already forgot the name because I had to actually think about what word I was going to use. So let's just say a phenomenal play from AYB Esports. There we go. Oh, was it? Yeah, it was AYB. Okay. My brain's all over the place today.
Oh man, you know, long day, you know. You know, sometimes we have other things going on. After we cast, after a long day of doing other things in our lives. But Yuri, a fantastic play here in a 1v3 post-plant, and I studied these 1v1s absolutely flawlessly. And that's just going to be the result of good communication. We saw the yellow pings provided by the team as well, giving that information to the player down the hall. And again, all the calls are good, but being able to have the mechanical skill to pull off those 1v1s is what matters. And Yuri certainly has it. 4-3 to scoreline now, moving into round number 8. And AYB set themselves up 4-3 on the scoreline. Can they get themselves closer to that match point, or can PG Tips yet again tie this game up?
Well, I do predict a draw. Okay, it's most likely going to happen. We did draw on the first map of Oregon, but then again, we drawed on the first part of this, well, the first split of the map Clubhouse. And going up to Wit, it does look like AYB is just going to be increasing by 1, so PG Tips can still level it out on this round. Or AYB can increase to 5, making PG Tips have a major disadvantage and having to be 2 rounds behind to level it up, which is really only 2 rounds away from match point if that happens, so it's not really looking well in anyone's favor, actually, as it's going to be a bloodbath going in now. Sextral is going to take out Yuri. I'm not sure what the plan on that was. Oh, well.
That was a very well executed play, a very quick entry in the stock there. The Buck was able to crack open that floor, and Textrola was there to act as the gun, so there was no kind of delay from Skeleton Key to C8, and they were able to capitalize very quickly as Yuri first to fall. A C4 loss as well as a Vector, a great weapon to duel with, so man advantage early with PG Tips, but can they capitalize on it and turn that early advantage into a round victory?
Attackers have located a bomb.
Choco just watching this really, I mean, I wouldn't say he's watching anyone in particular. I'd say he's watching this catwalk, defending it from any pesky PG Tips players that are trying to get in. But as we can see, Yaze is already on the move, advancing his way up. If he moves any more to the left, then that gives Choco a clear shot on him to wipe him off the board for this round. It's really just going to be who will move first. I love this game. Let's take a guess, but with doors being shut open and barricades being destroyed, it's not really any combat going on at all at this point.
Well, right now in this phase, it's going to be mostly about gathering information and setting up to clear these key positions. And while Choco's going to find himself under some pressure soon, he spots the player across, stands up, and that's a risky play, knowing there's a player lurking down below you. And at this point, he's got to imagine there is. But we hear that ADS reset, so he's going to have that protection for a little bit longer. Shots raining past just beside the dock. He's in a great position to hold it, but Yasuo's going to be rotating over, and a very good line of sight if the dock pops up. He does do so, but not quite in the line of sight. Choco's going to be able to get one. That's Frenzy, the teammate of Yasuo, just behind him. Compromise. The dock's head just exposed for a brief second, but the Habana is slow in the draw, and Choco can hold his position and drown out that clock. He pops up again, but into a hailstorm of fire. He's going to lose his life, but he's done his job effectively. Look at the time he's delayed. With only 35 seconds left to go, it's a very hard push for PG Tips, even with the man advantage they currently carry. But Wolfie is going to get lit up from all the way downtown as Yasuo is going to find a fantastic shot as Vapor going to get compromised with that concussion whizzing past his head. And now JCF trying to duel a lot of positions. Hopefully Wolfie can crawl back and pick it up. Otherwise, it's going to be a very tricky fight. A risky trying to revive position here, but he's going to be able to stick it out with time. So much in the favor of the defense, and an execution has to come in the dying seconds now, as that's going to be a planned attempt. C4 getting it ready, gets tossed out. It goes out with no damage done, and now it's going to be all down to the guns. Can they try and deny this plant? As Vapor's going to get one on the Textrola. We hit 000, but the plant goes down, and now in a post-plant situation, the 2v3. The man advantage early gathered by PG Tips pays dividends now. A ping, and oh, what a shot by Vapor! 2 more to go. They know the player's still by the diffuser. Vapor gets it, and now left in a 1v1 against Junior, who's on that rappel. Here's Sophia in a great position, and no Vapor. Too much of asking, no clutch for him, as PG Tips take round number 8 and tie us up yet again.
Oh my god, what the hell? It is a yo-yo going back and forward right now as PG Tips can clear up the round of, well, that was the 8th round, clearing that up for PG Tips. But I gotta say, the plays coming out from AYB were nothing short of outstanding. They really had it, but unfortunately, we did see PG Tips being able to clear out the final players. Or, well, actually, we did see AYB being able to clear out the last few players of PG Tips, but that's just one remaining person on rappel, which was Frenzy, I believe, being able to take out the last person from AYB. It really was unfortunate, but it did happen, so leveling out the score once again. Going on to round 9, only 4 rounds remaining of the map of Clubhouse. I don't want to say it, but thank goodness. Really just setting up the point now for the action going down and hatches being left open. Again, like, I noticed this a lot. It was the same with Oregon. We've seen no new operators being brought into play. We do have the Goyo, however, he's being played multiple other times by Yuri. But then again, like, I don't see really... I know where the shield placements will be put to stop pushes, but yeah, I think there could be more use on a different operator than playing the Goyo. I know he can stop some entrance to points and really get, well, cook up the whole floor, to be completely honest. But I don't know, maybe like stepping onto a Maestro or something. I'm not sure.
I think in terms of lineup from the defense, it ain't broke, don't fix it attitude is really something that I think they're sticking to. They've not really had any major flaws in their strategy. It's kind of just been very closely contested rounds. We've just seen by the sheer number of 1vx's we've had, or 1v1s I should say, these rounds have been close and have been decided at the individual level so far. So, you know, I don't think it's time to reevaluate the strat, but just quite yet. Both these teams have been playing very good, as you were saying, but nothing new in terms of overall strategy or operator lineups. And to be honest, I don't think we should be expecting a whole lot of new stuff, considering that, you know, we're playing, you know, Clubhouse in Oregon today in this series, because we're not going to be seeing too much leading edge siege, because these maps have, well, been played out and are a little bit stagnant at the minute.
Well, making their move, the wall to the CCTV room is going to be open, so Choco, I'm pretty much once again going to be watching this catwalk angle, but this time there is going to be much more action going down. There's going to be about 4 people around his surroundings as the flashbang is going to be put down up on the catwalk, but he's unfortunately going to be knocked. But as he is knocked, he is going to have that self-revive function, but not really going to work in his favor. His instinct is going to clear him out there. It was a shame having pretty much all of PG Tips in that small cubby area, but Wolfie is going to be doing a little bit of roaming now, but little does he know he's about to meet his fate, or either take one down. But he manages to get the wall bang, but unfortunately Textrola does get the refrag on him, which is going to level the teams to a 3 versus 4. And with Vapor's health being very low, I do think that PG Tips are going to be able to take this one.
Now a grenade very close to landing beside the Goyo, but it's only going to be able to detonate that shield, so very little damage done to Yuri. Junior now down below yet again, but this man advantage in favor of PG Tips is going to pay so much dividends, as we're seeing every member of AYB being forced back inside of cash room to red stairs and really losing so much control. JCF might be the only lifeline available. If we can find the prone player of Junior here, I believe, this could be a massive play. Creeping on inside of Lounge. Now doesn't spot the player prone, watching the stairs. They're so dangerously close to each other. Junior pops up with the SMG-11, finds JCF, and I believe that's going to be all she wrote for this round, as Yuri's going to try and duel away with the player on rafters as Vapor gets aggressive but shut down by the repel of Trex Rollo. And now Yuri, the last man standing against 4. Is it going to be possible? The Vector, a great weapon at close quarters, but asked to do so much fighting at range. Flashbangs out to try and delay the push. Cornered now, backed up against the wall with 25 seconds to work with. I believe PG Tips have taken this round, and yes, they have. Yes, they get the final kill, and that is round 9 in favor of the offense of PG Tips.
Well, my predictions were correct with that play disadvantage on AYB Esports' side. They really did not have that big of a chance of being able to pull it back against PG Tips. Now, with PG Tips having the score advantage, and only 3 rounds remaining on the map of Clubhouse, this really could be their chance to shine. Obviously, with PG Tips not holding a single victory to their name, I believe, it really is not going to be looking good. Well, actually, let me rephrase that. With not a single victory to their name, but a draw, then it would actually look really good if they are able to strive forward from here and take their first victory of the season. Going into it, we are going to be seeing a Mozzie being brought into play, but also an IQ, which is really something we have not seen at all yet on the map of Clubhouse. We have seen it in past games, but with these 2 teams in particular, I'm really excited to see how this IQ is going to be a counteract to the Mozzie and also the Malusi as well, and pretty much the Mute. But of course, the Mute can have significant effect against the Hibana and also the IQ, so I can see where this is going to be an issue.
I'm looking at this and thinking that this is a very much a swap-up dynamic. AYB have been so strong all the way through the opening of this game. And now PG Tips have really found their footing, really found their style of momentum here on Clubhouse. And you gotta worry for the defense of AYB now. I think their style could have been cracked down on. And those 2 defenses upstairs in CC and Cash Room weren't exactly the most mesmerizing displays of defensive prowess. So going down to the basement might be a good decision for them. And Wolfie sticking on that roam. Wolfie's been so effective on this roam, so it's a very good decision to stick Wolfie back on it. And looking at the stats, we're going to see Textrolo leading the charge for his team, a 1.74 rating, and he's going to be positive 2 on that entry. He's doing his job absolutely fantastically, and Yuri's stepping up, overtaking Vapor now for his team. And there a lot of very strong performances that we've seen so far. So hopefully these players can keep continuing to perform at this level for the rest of this series and the rest of our major division.
Absolutely. So, with just really going a bit more deep into the round, still no combat going down. The push is going in to the Broom of Kitchen. Hopefully going to advance their way down, but not 100%. Yuri, or as AYB call him, You're Insane, is really just going to be rotating around as Mozzie. It's a shame he's not using the drones he has managed to salvage from PG Tips to his advantage, but a bit of a roaming Mozzie can never hurt, but unfortunately what will hurt is when JCF is managing to catch the shots on Frenzy, removing him from the pool of operators left in this brawl today. That's going to be him out of the fight, and also one of their soft breaches unfortunately not making it through. But Vapor sat in this tunnel with also Textrella at the other end. There is always light at the other end of the tunnel, but unfortunately that will not be the case for one of these players today as they move further and further in. But I think Textrella is going to take the safe option and not contest it, as obviously the shield is in Wolfie's favor. Well, not Wolfie. It's going to be in Vapor's favor with that one. So it's really, actually, really curious to see how this is going to play out now, because there is nothing saying that either side cannot win. Of course, with the ADS being placed down, it is unfortunate that a lot of the flashbangs and grenades did not go through, but Textrella's going to be moving in further and further, as also Choco's losing a lot of health. So there we go, but he's going to go to throw something, but it's not going to go well at all, as Tex is managing to take out Vapor, but JCF going to get the refrag on Tex. That is going to level it down to a 4v3, leaving multiple people still left in this fight, but unfortunately, it does look like the Malusi Gemmers are not going to work well for the side of PG Tips. On attack, the Instinct will be able to catch the head of GCF, and Noi being able to catch Choco as well. That's Wolfie getting the refrag on Noi. The defuse now being planned by Instinct. It is now Yuri and Wolfie left in the fight, with Yaze and Instinct on the attacking phase. The fuser has been planned. Yaze's going to be watching from the above. It's really going to be difficult for AYB Esports to be able to get this counter defuse, with Yaze being able to just watch it from the top, and also Wolfie slowly pushing his way up there to assist him. It's really going to be concerning and difficult to see, but there's going to be action going on the top floor now, with a little contestation between Wolfie and also Instinct, but he's going to be taken down by Yuri on the bottom floor. That is going to be Yaze, the only attacker left on the fight.
And that's going to be Yuri trying to stick out this defuse, but down above is going to be... Oh my! He pulls off the counter defuse at the perfect moment, and with just a second to spare, is going to get that defuse down. And AYB claw that round back from the depths of defeat and tie us up on this matchup yet once more.
The shot from Yuri then has blown me away, physically and mentally, because the way he timed that perfectly, I've got to say, I don't think that was any sort of planned action. I think that was sleight of hand, and he was able to just pull off at the perfect time and just pull up to be able to hit that headshot, I think it was. But wiping out the rest of PG Tips for that round and getting the counter defuse as well in the limited time he had being under pressure, AYB Esports were not having any of it, with only 2 rounds remaining on the map of Clubhouse. I have a feeling this is going to go into another draw. We're going to see the 6th pick off the book from Frenzy onto Sledge, which is going to be another soft breacher replaced with another soft breacher. So it's really not going to have any significant difference, but also the mirror being brought into play now by Yuri. I thought this would be an operator that is banned, well, from the start, but unfortunately, well, actually, I think for AYB, this is fortunately left in the pool of operators that are going to be playing. So with the mirrors being set up all around the objective, I'm actually really curious to see how that's being set up, because he set that up on the stairs, not from the site. I mean, unless he's going to hold that from the stairs, then what is going to happen for the people in the site?
5 seconds left.
Mirror works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing about this is there's going to be that mirror window facing towards Jacuzzi, so once that wall is opened up, it's not going to be blind. Are all the mirror windows put down already? I may have jumped out of it.
I believe all the mirror windows are put down. Yes, there is going to be one in the stairs area leading into both sides, as we can see there, and the other one is going to be, well, I think where he's just holding it. Am I right? There we go. It's going to be in the other side as well, leading from CCTV into
A lot of
the... is it-
dedication to holding cash with these mirror windows that you're seeing.
Yeah.
But again, this can be completely sidestepped if they want to put the push primarily via Jacuzzi. So an interesting decision, but you know, to each their own when it comes to him. Yeah, I'm sure you're just opening up this for your Maverick. I'm sure you are.
Yeah, definitely just giving him a little helping hand, you know? Well, he definitely was. Just gonna get that open now from the Maverick Played and by instinct, opening it up slowly but surely. It's a work in progress. Just wait. Nothing else really happening. It's Clubhouse. One thing's happen at a time. Slowly but surely. One step at a time, and there we go. The wall's going to be open. But the Nitro goes out by JCF, sorry, and unfortunately not going to be able to get anyone or even knock any health off PG Tips, the attacking operators of this side. But that is one Nitro out of the 2 in the pool that we have, so with only Mirror with a Nitro left, we're going to not expect any explosions at all. But of course there's going to be flashbangs going out by Habana, but not going to be successful, as Nia's going to get Choco, but Vapor's going to get the refrag on Yazzie. That's also going to be Tech being knocked. That is a huge play, getting rid of their Ash this early. There we go. Wolf is going to be finishing him off, playing as Jaeger. That's going to be him out of the fight, camping in Lounge, with also Yuri just staying with him, making sure that no one is going to push from the behind.
Good control held here by AYB, but the mana count in their favor as well, so they might be able to hold out and get themselves on a match point here. C4 tossed out is going to be able to hit its mark as Yuri's just waiting to deploy, perhaps waiting for a call, as Junior's going to flank around by the main door and find a massive amount of damage and a kill on the Yuri. So now tying us up to 3 players apiece, and that's going to force this hold inside of Lounge to fall all the way back. But again, this is a lot of utility being dedicated. Your Vapor holding a great position here. It's going to be a frag grenade tossed out. He's going to be able to toss that toxic canister out, which is going to slow this push down. A frag grenade is going to be able to find some damage on the frenzy. Not too keen about that one, but that's going to be a plant by going down by instinct. The information is going to be there, and the canister is tossed out to try and deny it, as instinct is going to breathe in so much toxic gas and find himself in that DBNO status. Escapes through the rotate, but gets himself picked up. That's going to be JCF finding a kill on the frenzy, so the cover from the breach is now lost, and now it's going to be 2 men versus the world. Can they get this plant to the stick? As Jano is going to try and do it. It's instinct there to brawl for cover. He's going to lose his life to Vapor, and now as the clock hits 0-0, it's going to be an absolute mess of hailfire, and that's going to be AYB taking the round via counter defuse and getting themselves onto match point.
Defender mission successful.
I am still extremely shocked on how these rounds have gone down, and I keep using this word and referring to it predatory, but it's actually not that predatory. It's more slow and passive kill by kill. Really going out by AYB Esports. It now being match point. This is the last round on Clubhouse. Thank God. But yeah, it's either the option for AYB to be able to take the game, or it's PG Tips time to draw this up. If this is a draw, for a first time in a very long time, we're going to be seeing double drawed games. But of course, it is still anyone's, well, of course it's not PG Tips game to take. So they will not be seeing their first victory on the board tonight. So they will not be advancing from their their 7th place. But it is still AYB's Esports time to shine. They can still advance their way 4th on the leaderboard and slowly but surely, hopefully make it up to 1st. But there is still a lot of work to be done in this upcoming round. The mirror is being brought back into play by Chalky in the objective of gym and bedroom. Bandit still also being in play, of course. I'm not sure where he would be useful here, because of course there is limited areas where reinforcements would actually be used on this site. Of course we can maybe Bandit that outside patio area to make sure that no one, well, when I say no one specifically, that Habana and that Maverick, but actually that Maverick isn't really going to be affected by any Bandit charge with his blowtorch, and also Neuer playing his IQ, which is one thing we have noticed. He is really going to alert the rest of PG Tips on where these Bandit charges are going to be placed.
So this is the all-important round number 12, so there is really nothing else to play for. This is it. Every single moment of this round is going to count imperatively. Can PG Tips get themselves yet another draw, or will AYB be able to close this one out? and get themselves a map of victory here on Clubhouse.
Bomb located by attackers.
You see that mirror window getting placed down late. Solo is trying to line himself up for a push. I think he's going to wait for... Yeah, okay. No, the bait rate sometimes... I couldn't quite see that wall was reinforced, but now Instinct is going to be able to get this Maverick trick rolling. And he's going to be able to open this up. It's Choco holding that mirror window, so that's going to be a fortress and very tricky one to break down once this wall is opened up. And lots of control still held by AYB all the way over towards Cash. And JCF holding the prone position here, looking for anyone who might stumble into the line of sight of this Tory Torch. And there he's going to be pre-firing towards, but not going to risk keeping his head exposed for too long, as that cover is going to be there by Textrolo. Breaching charge launched out. Now control jacuzzi wall has been established, so the first tick of that checklist has been achieved, but they still have to worry about that mirror window inside of bathroom.
Well, with 100 seconds just being left on the clock, it's going to be a push in from the logistic office by Frenzy playing a sledge. He is actually going to have control over this mirror, which is not really being played in AYB's esports advantage. Of course, this is a major thing, and also having the mute jammer. There we go. With that being brought into play, he can catch the head of Vapor, which is going to take their mute off the board. Frenzy is just going to be hungry to get this round over with, and is going to be pushing into the point. Frags are going to be flying out, but going to be hitting no one as he rotates back into the logistic office and back on this mirror once again, where he will have good advantage over the rest of PG Tips.
If he pushed on around the bathroom, he probably would have been able to get the mirror of Choco off the board, but he's going to decide to hold the mirror window and try to lock down construction. Perhaps now getting the call that the mirror is still active inside the bathroom, so now creeping his way around, and he's going to be likely to get a kill. Yes, he is. He shuts down Choco, opens up the mirror window for his efforts as well, as now that's going to be JCF trying to get that rotate over, but now is that mirror window working both ways. He's going to have to worry about his own team's utility locking him out. He gets that rotate off somewhat successfully, but still has to worry about the player by the bed, and that doesn't matter. Junior finds the kill. Frenzy gets one of his own, and that's Wolfie fighting back. But in a 1v3, and a 1v4 I should say, it doesn't take long for Frenzy to shut them down, and PG Tips claw it back once again, and we have another draw in our hands.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the second draw for this evening. Looking at the stats, we can see that Yuri did very well that game with the 12 kills for PG Tips, and also being able to bring it back multiple times. But I think we got to say that Textrolo was a real MVP for the side of AYB Esports this evening. It has been an incredible series. I wouldn't really say it has been that entertaining on our end, but hopefully for the teams watching at home, it has been more entertaining for them.
Well, this certainly was 2 draws, but again, something you'd expect, seeing the maps that we got brought out. Both Oregon and Clubhouse, the maps that are a staple of Siege at this climate. And, you know, to be expected, as 2 equally matched teams went up against each other on these very, linear maps, and we got 2 draws out of it. So, I mean, neither team can be disappointed. They're not going home empty-handed. They're still getting some points. But ultimately, seeing 12 rounds and getting a draw is a bit disheartening for everyone. But don't forget, that is only our very first matchup of the evening. It's a double-header, and I think that is all for me and Grissom, though. You're going to have a whole new set of casters for our next matchup. Aren't you all so lucky?
Well, I mean, it is a shame that they are going to miss us, I think, but it has been absolutely great to be here casting the game of AYB Esports and PG Tips. I almost forgot that I remembered it, but rest assured that for the second game this evening, we will be seeing Carlstad Kings ESC versus Jaegers Esports Academy, and there will be straight after, and you will be saying hello to Ebac and Kangaroo Kenny, 2 of ECS's finest. So, I mean, I think I'm pretty much done on my end of being Grissom. Thank you for having me. Any closing thoughts, Whippet?
Well, nothing. Brain's already fried. We had to do those 2 maps. But again, massive thanks to No On Production as Max D on our observation, bringing us all the action to give you guys the best view in there. There's their handles up on screen. Noah's always so quick on the draw when I'm ever trying to wrap up. But for me and Grissom, I believe that's everything. So stay tuned. We still have one more matchup this evening. And of course, as we already said, you'll be greeted by the lovely faces of Kangaroo Kenny and Ebac. So from me and Grissom, good night.
part of me, yeah, forever changed. But I was one of many more, I never had a chance. You had the few, offer you the world. Some promise you, yeah, their eyes will turn. So I don't feel like them anymore, I'm just being myself. I can never make you rush, I'll be here still hanging on. I may never be the one, but I've got all the time in the world. I don't want to make you rush, 'cause I'll be here still hanging on. I just wanna be the one. You got all the time in the world. You got all the time in the world. The very first time I saw your face, a part of me, yeah, forever changed. But I was one of many more, I never had a chance. You had the few, offer you the world. Some promise you, yeah, their eyes will turn. So I don't feel like them anymore, I'm just being myself. You got all the time in the world. You got all the time in the world. You got all the time in the world. took a picture, keep by my bedside. So you're mine when you're gone, baby, please don't be long. I got my ticket to the west side. You say my name with your accent, makes me remember how much I missed you. Hope you're planning to stay for a million days. You'll be my summer in December. Hey boy, trust my intuitions always. I'm not super
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's Rainbow Six Siege, it's ECS, it's Kangaroo Kenny, it's EVAC, it's Jaeger's Academy, it's the other one. Wow, what a great lineup we have here today.
Bias casters, just remembering Jaeger's Academy.
It's Carlstad Kings! I
Carlstad
remember,
Kings
of course.
are
I've just
your
got Jet Ski
second-
Boys in my head and I can't get it out. That's why.
I love the name Jet Ski Boys. I love their
know.
logo. Did you see their logo last season? The little man on a jet ski.
It is
That was,
super cool.
Right.
Carlstad Kings is pretty cool, though, at the same time.
Give me a sec, back. I'm just dipping out of VMix and hopping back in.
Alright, well, Kangaroo Kenny's gone, so at least there are some improvements. Of course, Carlstad Kings, they really not, in terms of branding, maybe slightly off from last season, and at least we're up from a few seconds ago now. So these two teams, let's have a look at the maps first, if we can do it in that order. I don't know how it all works, but that's the thing I'm most excited about. Thank you, Noah. Look at that, down there, over in that corner. Yes, it is that corner. It's not Clubhouse Oregon. It's not Oregon Clubhouse either. It's Clubhouse and Villa. So I'm very, very excited. Of course, both Parabellum maps. Villa being the new one, and then Clubhouse getting its rework in Parabellum. A nice little factoid. So it's, you know, we can Italian it up a bit today. Not that I know too much about Parabellum because I started in Grim Sky, but you know, there you go. I'm just a noob. Kind of coincidental that I started in Grim Sky, isn't it? Because I think the first operator I ever saw was good old Clash. Do you remember that menu, Kenny? The Grim Sky menu?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you open it up and it's just like Clash in the darkness.
Yeah, where it
that
was like with the
first thing I
flickering
ever
light,
saw
wasn't it?
about Siege.
Yeah,
Like, that's the first thing, and I went, "This is the game for me."
Yeah, so Clubhouse and Villa are
Yeah.
our maps of choice tonight, and Clubhouse, not AYB's pick, that is Jaeger's pick, and that's interesting because Carlstad have played Clubhouse in both of their previous best of twos in Playday 1 and Playday 2, had pretty successful results on it so far. 7-3 victory over Arctic on it, and then a 6-6 draw against Lions Creed, your third place team from last season. So that's no easy feat to get a draw against them on Clubhouse. Jaeger's also played Clubhouse against PG Tips last week with a 7-3 victory. So a good map for both teams to start us off on.
Yep, Clubhouse for Jaegers. Of course, we saw them against PG Tips on that particular map last week, and they looked very, very strong with the executes, especially. It's just a bit of excellence from them. The German-named team Jaegers Academy going over to the German map at Clubhouse, looking very strong. And the opposite on Villa, I can't even remember the last time I saw it at ECS, at least for me and what I've been casting. So that's exciting to see. I'm thinking back to Jet Ski Boys and the Jaegers of last season. Of course, they both probably didn't do as well as they might have wanted. Jaegers, I think, underperforming somewhat in the playoffs, look a lot stronger coming back this season. And Jet Ski Boys getting they got quite far in because of their high positioning in the league, and then face Shreks and Hobbits, which is just a death sentence regardless. And of course, you know, the Rengus having a baby and all that, you know.
I was there for that one. That was a clown fiesta. But Villa from last season was not a successful map for Jaegers, so I'm not surprised to see it being picked by Carlstad Kings. Jaegers last season played it 5 times and lost it 4 of those times. But Jaegers are a changed roster from last season. I believe we can bring up the rosters anytime now. So a changed roster for Jaegers from last season. We still have the remaining Paws, Uhis, and Panda from last season, but the 2 new recruits into their roster, Tazzy and Demantus, 2 very capable players. I know Demantus played ESA last season for, I can't remember the team, but I saw him playing ESA last season, and he was an absolute machine. And against the 5 players of Carlstad Kings, we have the returning player of Fluvio, and I don't know who Washed is, but Spike, BLZC, and Cold Cobra. That is the CK roster.
Yep, looking pretty strong for both teams around. Of course, those stats not fully updated on the top. Jaegers, I can't read you the past stats. I can't really give you too much. I've got some future stats and some of the predictions from the players earlier on. A lot of them predicting exactly what they wanted. Of course, in terms of maps, Jaegers did state that their favourite map to go to is Favela. That is their main map, but currently that is not the case. We are going to Clubhouse. And here are the staff and community predictions. Staff being a little bit mean towards Carlstad Kings, I must say.
Oh,
that's kind of given away what my vote was. I didn't really want to make that too clear. Of course, it shows a similar thing as to the community vote, which is Jaegers, after their performances recently, there's a lot of reason to back them as the winning team. But at the same time, as you were saying just before we started, Kenny, Carlstad Kings probably the team you don't want to go up against.
Yeah, Carlstad Kings just bring unpredictability to the table in the major of ECS. They can do everything or nothing. It's really a tale of two cities for them.
Yeah, I think they bring a lot to the table. You can say that with a lot of teams. I think what they do is they grab the table and they flip it over.
Yeah, exactly. If you've got a flank drone, Carlstad Kings spot the flank drone, they're still flanking. They don't care.
Dear me. Oh, it's giving me flashbacks to the two teams as team chat, that really chilled me to the core. There's some horrible things in there. I'm sure these are all horrible people. These players, you really don't want to talk to them.
Yeah, so our first two bans are the Hibana and the Thatcher. Mirror being popped away as well as the first defender. Pretty standard bans on Clubhouse. Hibana ban coming more into effect with the new changes that she's been made use of. You can now shoot 2, 4, or 6 pellets of your choice at a turn. She also has access to flashbangs, an ACOG, a really good primary, and even a full auto secondary. She's also a 3-speed with a really tiny hitbox. Why would you ever not play Hibana? And especially with Clubhouse, the 3 very important hatches to the basement, it makes basement a lot stronger of a site when you ban away the Hibana. That of course means that the Maverick is still on the board, so wall denial is going to be almost obsolete.
Yeah, why would you not play her? Because she's banned. I guess that's probably the answer right now for the attackers of Jaegers. They're making do. They've got Maverick and Ace. They can do a pretty solid job anyway. They might not have as sneaky hitboxes necessarily, but they'll be having a good time. We've got the frags of Maverick, which we've seen become quite useful recently. I can recall a couple of moments in the last couple of games in ECS of incredibly useful frag grenade kills on Clubhouse especially. We're going to start off on the basement. Carlstad Kings opting for a pretty familiar lineup. Of course, we see these guys quite a lot, not necessarily together. It's nice to see the Maestro Melusi coming out as well as the Kaid, who for once isn't banned here.
Yeah, you do. We saw in the last map between PG Tips and AYB, the Kaid was banned away in turn with the Thatcher ban, which made wall denial obviously stronger, but Maverick was still on the board. The reason why Spike is still bringing that Kaid is because Maverick still needs to be able to open those hatches if they're electrified. Ace will not be able to, and it just makes it a bit of a tougher argument to go for a Maverick rather than taking damage from the Kaid, because sometimes you are going to be taking a lot of damage. That's a very nice angle I like from Tazzy, just to open up the head height hole to make sure there's no aggressors through dirt. That will be Cold Cobra in dirt, already taking a bit of damage from that long angle from the Zafir, so a good start for Jaegers nonetheless.
It's a nice chunk taken out of the supporting man, who you want around in those last couple of seconds to chuck a nade. And even if your arm is exposed, throwing that smoke canister right at the end of a round, you could just get caught off if you take enough damage throughout the round. So very useful in terms of a start. And they're taking a lot of ground. It seems like a very tight sit from a lot of these defenders. I don't believe there are any roaming players around. Is that all 4 players, all 5 in the base? It looks like it. I don't see anyone moving in and around. No, very tight to the site. And Jaeger's very quick to take that ground. They've realized there isn't much roaming going on. They've taken whatever ground they want to take. They're going to get all the things they want open. Of course, that Maverick, going to say, with the blowtorch, if they want to get these hatches, of course, it's quite tricky especially with the kite, because you're so exposed standing there. You could be potentially vulnerable to shots up, C4s chucked up through the hatch. There's a lot to do. But they're currently focusing on tunnel a lot more to push out Cold Cobra.
The smoke of Cold Cobra is going to have a whole mess of utilities sent towards him. The 2 ADSs have been burned, which means the frag grenade can remove the shield. There's no more protection except that M590 for Cobra left in Dirt Tunnel. Elsewhere, Uhis is the first to fall to a C4 from Spike, and aggressing through the Dirt Tunnel. He is picked off. That's Cold Cobra to go down. But with 55 seconds left, there's a lot of work that Jaegers still need to do to get onto the bomb site. A flurry of kills around, and it leaves Carlstad Kings into a 3 versus 2 deficit. But the good news for them, Pause and Tazzy are both very lit and will die to 1 or 2 bullets, but the drone bait works perfection. Spike goes down on AKs, and it's all left up to Fluvio, who did have 17 kills in the game against Lions Creed last week. He starts off by finding his first of this one on 2. There's a fear of Pause. The bomb going down at the back of Arsenal. He has the marks and the live pings from the Evil Eye giving him information, but he cannot land those all-important shots. The plant has been pulled off on by the Maverick, but Tazzy doesn't care because he finds the headshot onto Fluvio, and Jaegers get their first round.
Well, Fluvio's already wrong. His own prediction of his scoreline, he said he'd go 0-12 both maps, and he's already wrong after the first one, getting 1 on the board. But it wasn't the 3 he'd be hoping for, certainly, in that 1 versus 3. Seeing the first round in the hands of the attackers. Of course, Jaegers, very, very strong on the execute. They've proved it yet again, moving in with ease. I've got to say that Kaid being shot whilst trying to shoot a drone in the 3 versus 2 is a little bit silly, maybe a bit of a panic there. But, oh well, they'll move on and try and repeat the same site with the same operators. Hopefully a slightly different plan. I expect a bit more resistance early on.
Yeah, I was back calling Jet Ski Boys. Carlstad Kings can switch up their playstyle at a click of a finger. You can get Jeff and Fluvio just flying around the map and tearing attackers at will, tearing them apart, and that's something that they can just turn on and make the attackers scared and just engage them where they don't want to be engaged, because we saw Jaegers there very methodical in their take. They got the control that they needed. We saw Demantis doing an important job of holding blue stairs from Adam, and just meaning that Jeff cannot rotate up blue stairs or oil pit for a flank, so he's doing his job, and that allowed the rest of Jaegers, such as Panda, to tear open the floor inside of Kitchen, and then Hard Breach being done by Uhis and Tazzy, and then obviously going through Dirt Tunnel, getting that kill on Smoke, and eventually executing onto the bomb site. Ticking all the boxes, that was Jaegers.
I'm not seeing too many signs of any extension here. Looks like Carlstad are going for a very similar deep sit, which you can't really blame too much. Oh, Spike? Was that a bailiff shot? Or...
Yeah.
Oh,
Bailiff.
That's unfortunate. A lot of damage dealt to the Kaid straight away, and a smoke canister already burned to try and potentially get the Mav off away from the drone. Oh, I'm not sure what that really is trying to achieve. Maybe potentially a bit of a waste of utility. Of course, he didn't get to use it all last time, Cold Cobra, but there's a bit less potential for delay holding that tunnel position.
Yeah, he's going to only be able to delay around 20 seconds, and especially when Jaegers do clear the bench inside of Dirt Tunnel, that means that there's going to be no slowdown tactic at all. An attacker will be able to just sprint through that gas, and as we see the second one expended,
I
Cold
thought he
Cobra...
was drawing the Jaegers logo on the wall. It's almost a little bit like it, not quite. That would be they should definitely do that in future. That would be a great staple of Jaegers play. Currently their staple of play is strong attacking, great executes. And speaking of executions, Tazzy gets his 5th kill of the game already by starting things off onto Cold Cobra. Really struggling to hold Dirt Tunnel. Pause getting another kill onto Balzac. Apparently his name is pronounced, and that's a 5 versus 3 advantage for the attackers with a lot of time still to spare.
Paul's missing a lot of shots and does get shut down on his tear through the dirt tunnel. Fluvio to get that one. He's retaken the position of AKs, and now Tazzy will be looking to remove him from that position, but it is Panda from the kitchen hatch to get that kill, and Spike has to get aggressive inside of Moto, doesn't find ahead of any member of Jaegers, instead gets his taken off. It's all up to Jeff. He finds one on Demantis pushing down the blue stairs, the plant going down beneath the kitchen hatch. There's a lot of work to do for Jeff now in 45 seconds of a retake of the basement. He's stuck inside of church, has all the angles covered between bottom main, dummies, and the kitchen drop. Jeff has now been lit up, and this 416 may do a very big bunch of damage, but I'm not sure that it'll be up to the test here. The pre-fire coming through blue from Tazzy. He gets his 6th kill already in the first 2 rounds, and Jaegers have started off very promising.
They certainly have. I'm enjoying watching some of this bottom floor play. Both teams offering up some, but Carlstad Kings generally looking a bit weaker. The start of their rounds seem to be a little bit wonky. Of course, that team damage done to the, I believe, Spike on the Kaid was not ideal to start things off. And I think we didn't see that comment I made after the first round, which is they need a bit more of something else. Of course, sitting that deep is fine if the other team might be slow. Allowing them to come all the way in with very little pressure, not really the finest play when we know how efficient Jaegers are, even with their clearing out of players. I mean, I'm interested to see now that they move to CCTV and Cash, whether they stick with a very tight sit or whether they spread out somewhat and try and contest some ground, because I think you can afford to less here than really any other site on this map but
Yeah, from the first 2 rounds, it looks to me like Carlstad really need to start attacking Jaegers on their defenses. Silly as that sounds, but Jaegers have just been so proficient in their utility clear and use of their utility. You saw the frag grenade inside of Dirt Tunnel was beautifully timed with the Zephyr concussions to burn the ADSs, and it meant that Cold Cobra was a sitting duck to that frag grenade because it was so perfectly timed. There was no delay between the burning of the ADS and then the frag grenade, which would have allowed Cobra to run away and evade his ultimate death. So good team play from Jaegers especially. So I think Carlstad really need to start pressuring Jaegers and not letting them just box them into a corner.
Jeff looks like he might be wanting to do that, but I don't really see anyone there. I think Demantas might be in a dodgy position potentially to that run out, but it's a tough peek from there. I don't think anyone's particularly exposed. So still relatively tight from Carlstad. Here comes Jeff. He's heard the call, I think, for the Ash, but she spins on him. It's Demantas getting the better of Jeff. I said potentially exposed in that position, but he was not exposed at all because whether it was the intel or just his individual awareness and knowing to be ready for it, he's getting the better of that Mozzie straight away. Panda falling to iFluvio elsewhere. A good start on, well, not exactly an extension being underneath from iFluvio, but at least outside of the site, inside of the site. Spike taking a lot of damage from where was that from?
I think from the breach or server window, potentially, but Carlstad are just falling apart here. It is really messy as now Demantis finds himself inside of sight, jumping through the server window, finds himself 2 headshots, and Spike, who was lit up earlier from somewhere, now has it all to do on 15 HP, even less than that, probably around 5. The drone spots out his position, and Tazzy does punish him for that. It's Jaegers with 3 attacks in a row, and boy, Tazzy especially is on fire.
He's looking absolutely incredible so far this game. Of course, some more future stats for you, as predicted before. Panda and some of his other teammates did predict him getting 70 kills per map today. So that would be up from his average of 10, so 7 times higher than his usual during last season. And currently not really on track for 70 kills, as Tazzy seems to be taking them all off him.
Tazzy has just been so prolific, and the whole of Jaegers as well. Their clears of the map have just been speedy, speedy, speedy. They take the map control, they clear the utility, get the walls open that they need to get open, and then just collapse on the bomb site, getting the frags and just decimating the defenders of Carlstad. It's so far really not looking good for Carlstad Kings. They've got to find something, and potentially the 6th pick onto the Valkyrie might be aiding their potential aggression that they're looking for this round. They've dropped the Echo, they've dropped the Mozzie. That intel denial of the Mozzie, maybe looking for these Valcams outside of garage or outside of server window to aid their aggressive peaks.
You would hope so. It definitely looks like that at the moment. I initially, when I saw that switch between Mozzie and Valkyrie, I'm thinking potentially just more guaranteed cameras and the fact that you can use them more effectively once you're dead, which Jeff has been a lot of this game so far. So it should be a mix, and it currently looks like going for relatively passive cameras near key areas they might want to hold. Carlstad Kings really haven't managed to hold some ground. There's no contention in Master or Gym. The ground is being given, and other than Jeff going for that aggressive Mozzie peak earlier, it didn't signify a team hold of any areas or any actual resistance. It was more kind of faux resistance. Look, I'm over here. Alright, I'll go back to site.
Something else that Jeff brings on the Valkyrie are those impact grenades. She lost her deployable shield, and that means that Jeff will be able to impact trick to the Ace Selma breaches on the construction wall, and that is exactly where he's positioned. Down in stage with the hatch open, he can safely impact trick that wall from below. But Jaegers are going to need to drone this out, and potentially with a drone and bar they will know of this position. But the first frag of the round goes to Demantis. That's the garage player down. Balzac, did you say? Peeking the garage rotate to his demise.
Well, it's another good start for Jaegers in terms of man advantage. Of course, the Ash being on such low health will not be great, and Paws' health is lowered as well. The Ash finally finished off. Spike taking a lot of damage from his own fire, but he manages to take out the Ash himself, which is a pretty good trade, you would think. That suppressed Vector can't deal too much damage. He needs to be going for headshots. He's headshotted himself by Panda, bringing things again in the advantage of those attackers. Some aggression coming out here from iFluvio. Potentially a bit late towards those players. The ground is pretty much established. He's just going to have to sit behind this bomb and try and fight through the breaches. Holes everywhere. Such efficient breaching, ground taking, and kill taking from Jaegers. It's really hard to hold them off. And Carlstad Kings, it is a last-ditch effort. 2 versus 4. The Valkyrie and the Smoke to hold these angles. We'll see how those how useful that intel can be for Jeff with those black eyes.
Yeah, no use of a C4 to stop that plant and deny it. It's only Cold Cobra who has 1 Toxic Babe left to stall out this push from Jaegers. But as 3 players are positioned in construction, Panda does sprint into the site and takes the gunfire against Cobra top red, but he loses it to the M590. Meanwhile, Uhis is getting that bomb down, and the player on side of Breach does remove the smoke on red stairs, and Tazzy with another covering frag. This man is on fire so far, and so are the roster of Jaegers.
I really, really hate praising Panda, but again, I can see great examples of his teamwork within this team, whether it's his droning of players and then you see his teammates moving around to those positions, him losing that fight onto red, calling it to Tazzy, he's there to hold it, his drone from earlier giving away the position of the Valkyrie as well, Tazzy swings on it, does the job. I said Panda might have his kills taken by Tazzy today. He certainly has, but as a team, what great teamwork across the entire roster, and it's a 4-0 lead. You can see why they came to this map.
Especially with the VOD review that potentially could have been done on Carlstad. They've already played this map twice in the first 2 play days, so there's a lot of information on Carlstad's defenses.
Who hasn't, Kenny?
Yeah, who hasn't come to Clubhouse? I think Club might be overtaking Oregon. I think teams are just getting slightly bored of Oregon. I'm definitely bored of Oregon, but Club is kind of taking that #1 spot, and Carlstad looking to take the #1 spot. They're going to have to do it in spectacular fashion because they are a 4-round deficit. looking and staring down the barrel of already 2 rounds from match point, and something that they're changing up is going to be a basement roam. They've got the mutant Mozzie upstairs with the reinforcements on Hot Tub and CC. They are obviously susceptible to a dirt tunnel rush, but surely Bolzak with the information on dirt tunnel will be able to relay that information to his team to be able to fall back down to site ASAP.
Seeing a basement defense here, Carlstad against Jaegers right now, it feels like, you know, the 9th situation on Clubhouse where you're Cat-Can and you're defending the basement against waves of attacking terrorists. Kind of feels like this right now. I'm getting flashbacks to that. Jeff providing a lot more roam presence, at least on the top floor early on. He looks like he may well back all the way off. iFluvio has. Jeff is just hanging around the bathroom for a little bit longer on the first floor. Of course, it's good to see a bit more extension from Carlstad, but at the moment, other than a bit more time in their hands, or less time for the attackers, certainly, still yet to see how effective it can be. We know Jaegers can clear these roams. Maybe they'll be caught off, potentially, if they're not ready for this sudden adjustment by their opposition. But it looks like they're adjusting. Is that a move, a change of plan there? Or just or are they just reconvening momentarily? Uh-oh.
Yeah, they haven't fully droned out the middle floor, and the sledge is going to be a freebie for Jeff as he finds the frag. That's 2 frag grenades off the board, and as well a gun in the hands of Panda. Jeff then falls back down the main stairs to be able to preserve his life, but still leaves the Malusi of Cold Cobra undroned and unknown to the attack inside of Bar. So the attack between Dirt Tunnel and Kitchen is going to come very, very choked out if they have to worry about their flank through Kitchen Hall as well as the defenders on site.
Well, I'm not sure 100% what the plan is here from Jaegers. You're a competitive player, Kenny. You're very smart. What's going through their minds right now?
They're just ignoring the roam and obviously being punished for it as Demantis inside of Adam gets 1 frag but quickly traded off, and so does Jeff falling back down the main stairs. He's trying to escape death and expends a C4 to get a frag, but the vertical holes are his demise. We now stand in a 2 versus 2. Jaegers have 30 seconds to make an execute happen, and Pause, without the diffuser that will be used, his job is on the kitchen hatch. That means he's going to have to drop with no cover. The only cover comes from Pause inside of Dirt Tunnel, but creeping down, he does find the player on AKs who's caught unawares. Now, it's a BLZK who has the older in hand. He has a very good fire-powered weapon, but the Evil Eye isn't going to come out in time to deny the plant. He now has 81 bullets to try and find 2 kills. The live pings come out, but they don't do him justice as Pause, with a fantastic exit in the round, finds the final 2 frags to put Jaegers 5-0 up.
How did they turn that around? It was such a mess at the start of that round, but again, what we've seen from Jaegers is excellent last-minute play. And they suddenly turned it around from a man disadvantage to they hadn't taken too much ground either. Of course, they did the work in managing to get hatches open, ready to, and of course the tunnel as well, to be able to move in. That seems to be a huge problem area. Those particular battles by the tunnel and the bomb, really struggling at the moment, Carlstad Kings. And they're not going to opt for a 4th attempt unsuccessfully of that site. They'll be going for gym and bedroom instead, which is just about fair enough. I mean, at this point, why not go for bar stock?
Yeah,
I still haven't seen it before. I really want to.
Jaegers just looks so proficient in attacking every single bomb site that how many teams can you say have actually attacked bar stock?
Exactly.
You might just
Maybe
be able to throw them off.
Yeah. That's my point. I mean, we saw, was it Glitch Tech do it last season? Once, I think it was. I seem to remember some Glitch Tech. Yeah, something along those lines. So I'm hoping someone brings it out this season. Given how much we see this map in particular, it'd be nice to see all the sites used. Of course, Carlstad Kings, they can't really afford to let a single round go at this point, as they have 5 disadvantaged right now. They need to get this 1 to have any hope of bringing it back on their attacks. They've opted for Pretty common lineup. Again, opting for the Melusi, Maestro, Jaeger, and Kaid core, which they like so much. Not working to great effect so far. But they have at least opted for the castle to try and help, at least, you imagine, keep that breach closed. Ooh, Ash's head being opened up by Cold Cobra from the bathroom. A good start for those defenders. Of course, Maverick and Sledge getting quick work done on the Jacuzzi Breach. I can't imagine there'll be too much direct resistance. Only the one C4 in the hands of Spike, and it's a bit of a difficult way to contest at this point. He's contesting with the Org instead. I was just trying to figure out what he was doing in that position. He's shooting some legs there, but very little damage done to Tazzy, who survives quite happily on most of his health still. Oh, as I say that though, he goes for it again. I think he didn't manage to get the wall open. He's struggling with one particular panel, and he is down, but he is able to be revived from that position. Pause, taking a chunk of damage, but getting the first kill on to Jeff for the attackers.
Yeah, the top fragger of Tazzy isn't out of this round just yet. He has suffered for his poor Maverick trick. He's missed a part on the bottom left-hand side from his perspective, and that's going to be really risky now on 20 HP to go for that. Elsewhere, it's going to have to be the covering ace of Uhis to make sure that Tazzy doesn't get shot while re-attempting the trick on the wall. And they finally do get it open. So now the next port of call will be bathroom, but that wall is caded. The frag grenade comes from Master Window from Panda to remove the K charge. That's really good play. But the run out from Strip Club finds finally the finisher onto Tazzy. What Spike had started earlier on, he finishes.
It's a useful start to this last-minute defense. Oh, a lovely shot from Pause to take out Fluvio. Quickly refragged by Balzac. I panic whenever I have to say his name, unfortunately. I will get used to it. Don't worry, Carlstad. 30 seconds left. They won't be too worried at the moment because they've only got one more attacker to deal with. It is Jewis, the man himself, rocking the ace. 2 players left with 20 seconds, and that crucial 1C4 for the defenders. Spike finds his man right at the death to give them at least one round on their defense. What can they do on their attack now to mix it up? Tazzy, just give it up. He's done. He died. He can't do that.
He got his second death of the game, and just thought, nah, I'm done. I've cost my team here.
Looks like we might be going for a pause if he isn't. Matt probably will. Yeah. Looks like we will be pausing. Pause calling for the pause. Was having a bit of a super game at the moment. Super pause.
This is actually working in the attack.
Super pause! There it is!
This is actually
a pretty
working
good game so far.
In the attacker's favor.
Yeah, it's the pause. Like we love a good pause. It's a great feature rather than just a very slow rehost.
Yeah, it means we don't need to. Oh, I was just about to say we don't need to come back to us, but let's come back to us anyway.
Okay.
As
Sure.
you don't have to look at a blank screen with operators. You can look at 2 beautiful men, 1 ginger, 1 brunette, both casters.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Great. Carlstad Kings, what can they do from this position? I'm calling on your expertise yet again, Kangaroo Kenny, as the man for Skittle.jpg. Of course, we all love to watch. What would you do from this position?
I think with the new meta, Clubhouse has become very easy to attack. You can't crutch on the ADSs to, say, keep a Garage Rafters player alive. The split push is really easy now. You don't have to deal with a plethora of shields on the top floor, and especially attacking basement. Dirt Tunnel, I cannot emphasize this enough, is so easy to attack. It's incredible. If you're a smoke inside of Dirt Tunnel with the ADS changes, you're dead. You may get 1 kill, 1 lucky kill with a shotgun, but you're going to be traded. You're either going to be frag grenaded, just purely fragged with a gun. Your task in Dirt Tunnel is waste time. If you get a frag, fantastic, but you're a dead man, and that just means that when the attack are able to take Dirt Tunnel, they have so much control over the whole of Arsenal. We saw in that 2v2 that Paul's got those final 2 frags. He was able to creep down dirt tunnel and kill the player on AKs. And AKs is such an influential position that when you're able to remove that power position by having dirt tunnel control, Arsenal is easy to attack. So if Carlstad kind of do the same steps as Jaegers did on their attack, this is very easily, that is not a word, easily brought back.
Yeah, I think it speaks volumes to that. It was Jaeger's Wamai ban, if I'm correct.
Yep.
Yep, I think that's incredibly sensible for them.
Oh,
and
no.
No?
It was Carlstad. Yeah. It was the second
really?
defensive ban, so it was Carlstad's ban. Yeah.
That's an interesting one. Given what you just said about how difficult it is sometimes to hold some of these sites in key areas with the changes to ADSs, you probably want magnets in those positions and banning it themselves. Very interesting. I love that. Noah's having an absolute blinder today. Except for his start in the first game, which I witnessed, because I was sitting there chatting with Grissom and Whippet, and he goes, 10, 9, I'm like, oh, I'm still here! Dear me.
We love the production here at ECS.
Yeah.
Everyone
And
does
there they
a
are.
superb job. Yeah, of course. Well, we need to give a shout out to Max, and one of the newest observers to ECS now.
Yeah.
I think this is his first or second. Well, he did the first match observing or first Playday observing. So welcome to Max. I know he's in the trifecta of tier 4 observers. Him, Dan, and Science do pretty much everything themselves. So it's good to have him here as well with his brilliant talent of observing.
Yeah, we love it. I've had the pleasure of working with him in the past in other leagues as well. He's a good lad. We like him here. He's very good at drawing M's on the map to show that it's him observing as well. That's a key signature move from Max D. And there it is again. Of course, as we move on back into next... I thought that might have been a replay for a second, but no, it's 5-1. We're actually right on into the next round during the prep phase. So let's have a quick gander at these lineups. Look how versatile that is from Jaegers. The ability to do so many different things, and the castle being brought out on the basement, you don't necessarily often see that. That is indicative of a bit of a top hold of the first floor, certainly.
Yes, these castle barricades will be used to hold the power position of Bar. Bar is the center point of a successful basement roam. If you're playing on the top floor, as I assume Panda and probably a U-Hiss will be playing, they'll be able to fall back down through the construction hatch or the gym hatch aided by those castles, but it will be a rush from Carlstad through the soft blue hatch. They are stunted by a Malusi trap, but it's all up to Tazzy with the UMP to hold sight as the rest of his team scramble to get back there. A flurry of kills inside of AKs. The trade works in Carlstad's favour on back Arsenal, but with Jeff on the floor, no with Sam this time. They are in a man deficit. U-Hiss finds one, but can't land the second with the SMG-11, and another goes down as Panda falls to the AK-12 of Balzac. And Demantis, he has it all to do on the bottom of main stairs. He has a retake on his hands now as he ventures up the long corridor. Many angles to face check, but he has the beautiful rotate into back Arsenal. Will this be known by the attackers of Carlstad? Yes, it will, as Fluvio pops up and hits the headshot. Carlstad with an aggressive statement post-rehost that this game is not over yet.
Wow. I mean, that's how you do it. You nab yourself a free round with a very aggressive post-pause rush. It's very... These guys are crazy from both teams in multiple ways, and especially those sort of strategies. Of course, I'm interested to know how Spike took damage again from his... He keeps getting shot up down to about 20 health in most of these rounds, but they managed to take 2 rounds in a row now for Carlstad, and you were talking about this attacking advantage we're seeing coming out on Clubhouse. Now is the time, with 3 rounds behind. Is not too far at all. We could see a full comeback here from Carlstad.
Yes, but obviously the worry for Carlstad is that Jaegers get 1 more round, and the ability for Carlstad to win all 3 points on this map is gone. They can only hope for a draw, and in best of twos here at ECS, we do have the ability of a draw. We're either going to see a 7-5 or a 7-2X victory for one team, or a 6-6 draw. So Carlstad are going to have to continue the momentum they now have from that blast into the bomb site. They're not going to be able to do it again, however, as the bomb site is now CCTV cache, so potentially slightly more methodical attack to come out from Carlstad, as this is rather tricky bomb site to rush, I must say.
Yes, certainly a lot tougher. Sorry, I need to cough.
Obviously, with no thermite on the board, they're not going to be able to bust through the CC wall. It's going to be slow and just annoyingly, devastatingly slow Maverick trick on the wall that Jaegers are going to be wary of. The pre-fires come through when the wall is made soft by Demantis and hits Cobra for one bullet, but nothing more. Doesn't land the all-important headshot.
I got to use my mute feature on my new microphone for the first time. I think it worked. You didn't hear me, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay, good. Good job. Alright, Jeff taking a lot of damage. He's traded some with Panda. Demantas going for an aggressive run. An impact and move. Takes out Spike. No! No! No, that did not just happen! Oh, Fluvio breach charge killing his teammate? That might be one of the worst team kill mistakes made in ECS that I've seen probably ever. Cold Cobra taking even more damage, and serious man disadvantage now for Carlstad, who keep team killing, or at least doing team damage throughout these rounds, and now it's looking ever more likely that Jaegers are at least getting a point in their hands.
Yes, 2 lit attackers. This is a tall order now for Carlstad. They do have the CCTV breach open. They are struggling to get the construction breach open, however. So the peek from the pixel peek from Fluvio. Wow, Panda, how have you hit that shot? And there we go, Fluvio in all chat. That was an incredible shot from Panda to beat the pixel peek from the R4C on Ash. Just incredible mechanical skill, and he almost gets the second for his troubles, but the MP5 not doing enough damage to boot. The peek up from the island inside of Cash does Tazzy a kill, and it's all left up to Cold Cobra. 20 HP, he flies into Adam, covered, the sound of the barricade being covered by the frag grenade as he moves into Adam. But Uhis is now aware he could tap the toe, do his best virtue impression, and secures the round, and at least a point for Jaegers.
It's a little bit of an embarrassing round for various reasons. I think most of Carlstad's deaths there were somewhat humorous from not just from a Jaeger's, but I think from everybody's perspective in some way. They certainly won't be laughing as they've thrown away 2 potential points. They can still bring it back for with 4 rounds in a row to get themselves one here on Jaeger's map pick. Of course, we were talking before about the ability of Carlstad to win Villa, which is quite high compared to other maps against Jaegers. So it's definitely a fight, a lot more so than we've seen so far on Clubhouse coming up. But they certainly want one here. I'm getting a similar feel to what we saw against Lions Creed last time from Carlstad, where they lost the first map relatively convincingly, and then on the second one fought back, and it was a very well-earned draw in the end. I'm getting the feeling of that sort of play yet again. And Jaegers are going for the same move now with the same lineup. They didn't get to use it last time. A great way to bypass the roam is to ignore it completely, and it certainly worked pretty well for Carlstad first time around. You don't imagine they'd go for the reattempt, would you?
Well, I mean, it's kind of the double bluff, isn't it? I think the Jaegers
could we
are
see
doing
a
the
squad
same
rush?
Attackers are moving out.
What do you think,
Jaegers
guys?
are doing the same setup, thinking that, well, Carlstad aren't going to rush again. That would be ridiculous. And then Carlstad, could they do the double bluff and then reattempt it? Spike is positioned in towards that stock area, but no. They are going to go for a typical clear, just taking this roam defense head on. They will start by mavericking open the CCTV breach and then obviously be stunted by the mute jammers and the Mozzie pests on their drone work. This split take coming out on the top floor just to pinch between Hot Tub and CC means that the defenders of Panda and Uhis are now going to be constricted inside of construction. They have the hatch to be able to drop down into bar as Uhis has just done, leaving Panda on the top floor. Supported now by Demantis pushing up the main stairs. He deals a bit of damage to the Zafir, but falls back down, leaving Panda upstairs on his own, but he cannot land the shots with the P10 Roni at close range to fend off GF. He does come out on top in that engagement.
Yeah, it's a bit too much for one man in that particular position. I mean, he's laughing at himself. It's a bit hard done by in that position. It's not a position you want to find yourself in at all. Aggressive C4 here from Paws. He's ready to potentially take out any sledge of a Spike who is coming by, but at the moment, he's not going for that hatch. He's focusing elsewhere. Not sure quite where he's opening right now. I don't see the man. Is that him on his drone? No, that's... Where is he?
It's pool table.
Why am I kind of... Yeah, there we go. I'm just blind. This is why I don't play the game.
This is a successful roam from Jaegers, though. They've wasted 2 minutes only with a one-man disadvantage, and now this Carlstad are strapped for time. They still have to open up the kitchen hatch, but they are deciding not to instead go for a church execute. But the impact trick is successful from back Arsenal from Demantis. That is incredible game sense from this man, and that means that all of the hard breach on the ace is now gone, so a church execute may not be the option. And Balzac falling means that he also goes down with the diffuser. Uhis inside of Dirt Tunnel gets one frag onto the Maverick, and this is all falling apart. The map might be over and done with, and it's up to the remaining attackers on Carlstad to push through Moto and this church door. But it's all up to Fluvio now. He had 17 kills last week, and he finds a double, but cannot find the third. Demantis with the CZ secures his round and Jaeger's round and Jaeger's map.
Fluvio, what an effort at the end there, almost pulling out an incredible triple, but not quite. Enough work done by Jaegers in the early round. We're talking about that tunnel being hard to hold. Jewess making it look super easy. Sitting there on the mute, no trouble whatsoever. They had that area secured. There was no pressure from Blue or anywhere else. They just had to watch Church, and that was it. Which is a simple enough job for the defenders. Jaegers Esports really rocking Clubhouse this season so far. I think if you're another team, this is my advice for you. Just don't take them there. I think. Because they're better at it than you.
Yeah, I
mean, just prove me wrong. I mean, even you haven't played Jaegers yet this season, have you?
we were meant to play them first day, but we had to forfeit.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's why. Unfortunate. I'm sure maybe you would have.
That's how I mean, I felt last season. We were unbeaten on Clubhouse. We had 8 wins and 2 draws, and teams still kept taking us to it. Whenever a ban phase came through and a team just let Clubhouse through, I was like, fair enough. If you want to take us there, then do it. And I feel that's how Jaegers feel this season. They are, as we've seen, very well prepared. They have their attack and defensive strategies both very well thought out. That roam strategy, they had the utility where it needed to be. They were positioned where they needed to be able to trade. And just ultimately, when that roam fell back to the bomb site, they still had the areas that they needed to hold. They were able to impact trick the church wall. The Selmas being taken off that church wall was a deal breaker in winning that final round for Jaegers. And just on their attack, they were so prolific that I can't explain it any other word but prolific. It was like watching Ronaldinho finesse a football across a pitch. It was beautiful.
Pretty nice. Yeah. Resist with the football puns. I'm just gonna move on. We're gonna go to a nice little break because apparently we're back in 6:30 odd. So we will see you then for the second map, which thankfully will be Villa. So we'll be moving on to Italy, which is gonna be very nice. I mean, No football puns about Italy either. Let's let's just move straight on, and we'll see you back in about 6 minutes.
What kind of way, but I just want it right now. I just want it right now. I just want it right now. second chance, trusted you again. I feel shattered. Broken strings, cause you play me like a violin. Shame on me for all your 7 deadly sins. Had it all, but you craved attention. Drowning in your own reflection. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shattered me to pieces like broken glass. Ooh, frozen looking at pictures that we took back in the summer. I thought that I would remember how we used to feel, but this isn't real. Now we're over. Take it all, there's nothing left here anyway. We used to talk, but now we don't know what to say. Now we're just two passing strangers. We tried, you lied, goodbye forever. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shattered me to pieces like broken glass.
Hello, ladies and gents. Welcome back. And we're here on Villa. Look at those community predictions and staff predictions. It's relatively advantaged towards Jaegers, but this map certainly isn't. We're here on Villa, and here's a little bit of info on Villa that I found, which is quite interesting. It's set in like a snapshot in time with the family known as they're called the Vinciguerras. I don't know how you pronounce that in Italian. They're burning documents. They're a kind of druggy and all that sort of stuff family, and we're kind of trying to raid them during Operation Parabellum. So isn't that all really cool and fancy? That's the setting for this map, and the teams are Jaegers and Carlstad. Jaegers being those cheeky art hoarding bananas. They will be banning out Thatcher to start off with. Carlstad Kings, what? I'm thinking they might have some interesting bans up their sleeve to assist with their strong play here.
Potentially an ace ban, or even a Mav ban. Tazzy went wild on the Maverick in the first map. Maverick is a very good ban on Villa, even if you're not specifically target banning Tazzy, but it just could be an advantage of a Mav ban. You do take those 2 extra frag grenades off the board. Instead, it will be the ace that Uhis was sat on for most of Clubhouse. So the only ranged hard breacher left will be that Hibana, and we do see a lot of Hibana bans on Villa as well as Ace. I'd just say Hibana is slightly more common, but they both do the same job, and it's pure preference of the teams which ranged hard breacher they prefer to ban away. Because of course, impact tricking is very prevalent on Villa. You can impact trick pretty much any wall, any reinforced wall in the map. So Thermite is basically made obsolete, which makes Hibana very, very powerful. A mute ban coming out from Carlstad. That's changing things up. And you, Ebac, said maybe some cheeky bans from Carlstad. There it is.
It's a wee bit cheeky, taking out the mute. A lovely play. And then the mirror, relatively typical, coming out on top of that. Interested to see exactly what that mute ban is. Potentially a target of Jewis, running it long last time. Speaking of, having a wee bit of bants there. Of course, Ifluvio did say that both himself and Jewis would go 0-12, both maps. Both have been wrong on the first one. And I imagine they'll be wrong on the second, because I don't see this going to a 6-all, for one. At least... I mean, it's definitely could, but it's relatively unlikely. I'm hoping this is a lot more contentious throughout the entire game in terms of who's going to win. Aviator Games is the first site coming out from the defense of Jaegers. Of course, on Clubhouse, we've seen them opt for attack first most times, and I've seen a lot of very strong attacking from them. On their defenses, it's been mostly they just have to get 1 or 2 rounds, usually, because they put themselves in such a strong position. Don't often see them defend first, necessarily.
Yeah, so of course this is Carlstad's map, and a map that they like to play, so I'm expecting a lot more from them this map than on Clubhouse. Jaegers historically have been a strong Clubhouse team, and following through this season as well in turn on that map with a 7-2 victory in the first map of this series. I was trying to find an alternative word to map, and is there an alternative word to map?
No. Not in the technical sense of this game, really.
Scene.
Location.
Yeah. Location's a good one.
Province. I don't know. We're in Tuscany.
Max is trying to get his Echo Drone somewhere in Astro that's hidden. Of course, those Echo Drones not able to be cloaked anymore with invisibility. They are completely visible to the naked eye. So also a Nitro Cell used for a rotate. That's a bit of an oversight from Jaeger's defense. Obviously not as prepared this map as they were on Clubhouse.
Well, it's a good start for the defense. The MP5 coming into great use for Demantas, getting the first kill onto Ifluvio. He started his 0-12 with a nice strong death, and Demantas takes 2 kills at the beginning of the round, also getting Cold Cobra. Jeff swings round for the refrag eventually from Library, and he's in the crosshairs of the Kaid. Jewis dealing some damage, but not taking out the man. So still 3 remaining for Carlstad. As I say that, Jewis repeats and proves me wrong straight away. It's now Balzac and Spike, the 2 remaining players for Carlstad. A lovely shot from Jewis, getting 2. He's not going 0-12 so far in this game, certainly not. Very much wrong from iFluvio earlier on. Bit of a misplay from his team in general. We were talking about Carlstad having a good game here on Villa, certainly. They've made a pretty poor start.
Yeah, not a good start from them, as now the aggress through Astro is met. The obviously the intel from the default cam, and then in turn with the Yokai drone placed in Astro in the prep phase by Tazzy on the Echo, allowed the pinch from the defenders to take the battle and the fight to that player in Astro, and a pretty swift first round. Following along with the trend from the first map, that was a swift 7-2 for Jaegers, and they're looking to keep up the momentum going into Villa and start off with a very nice defense of the Aviator Games bomb site. Now moving on to Trophy Statry, a pretty standard rotation which you see from most teams.
Yep, from the neutral perspective, of course, we'd be hoping for a nice long contested game with both teams having moments of brilliance. At the moment, it is all Jaegers, and Carlstad will not be very well enthused by that first round. Bringing it here and then getting pretty much demolished there from that round. The plan, whatever it was from Carlstad, very odd staggered entries from those initial players, and once it started going wrong, it never stopped. Snowballed all the way to defeat in that first round. Now that we have moved across the top floor to Trophy and Statry, and we've got sorry, I've completely screwed up my setup today. I can't even see who we've got. We don't have the Echo this time. It's been opted off. They didn't really need him last time. Opted instead, I think that Legion, probably a key pick on this particular site. When I think Legion, I think Trophy Statry usually.
Yeah, there's so many.
Completely stupid.
There's so many entry points, especially pushing round the Aviator side of this map. An early aggressive peek from that spoken of Legion of Demantis inside of the art studio. He doesn't get anything from it, just a bit of wariness on the face of Cold Cobra as he has to watch out for more aggressive peeks from Demantis down below. But he will be using those goo mines to his effect to stop the vertical presence from below inside of Dining and Memorial. But yeah, Carlstad are not looking to go for that vertical play. Instead, just a horizontal clear through Master. The utility clear coming very quick inside of Astro, but the double stacked ADSs means that one Ash charge does get eaten and saves Uhis' shield from destruction. Tazzy with a beautiful angle onto the Astro window takes down the Zafira of Jeff. That's another explosive operator off the board that would be able to remove that shield.
Panda, is he look? Where is exactly? He is. Yeah, he's looking towards Spike from underneath. I was about to say I saw him down there. Potentially, he could go for an impact onto the breach, which is not open. I think somebody else impacted that. I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on. Spike's fallen though. I can certainly say that on the sledge from I think underneath. God, I'm just a nightmare. Kenny, you take it.
Yeah, so on the Astro stairs is Demantis. He's doing a whole bunch of work from this position. Already finding a headshot onto Spike, and more aggressive plays from Paws on the brick door. Gets another frag. He does get traded by Fluvio. That is his first kill of this map. But Demantis now with another aggressive position inside of Astro. This time not on the stairs, but close on the door. Lights up the Astro Fluvio. He's 1 HP now, and the pre-fire gets a down and a frag. Jaegers just over-peaking the 1.5 scope of the Nomad, who now aggresses inside of Astro. It's all left up to Panda, who started off the killing down below. He has the bomb not in his favor. That's in Cobra's hands, and the attack has now rotated through Astro. No intel on the bomb site as the Evil Eyes are not positioned in the correct position. Fluvio now has to hold the cross from Panda, but he is very lit, and a simple pre-fire from the high fire rate of Panda could see the demise. But he has the Nomad stuck inside of the safe corner in Trophy. Goes for a reload, make sure he has the ammo, but a brilliant round from Cobra. Steals it away from Jaegers, and potentially at the end of the map, we might be looking towards this round as why the outcome was what it was.
Well, it's certainly a good statement. Bringing it back even. We don't often say that about Carlstad. But now, not in a losing position for once, is a very lovely position to be in. A much more smartly executed attack. A lot of aggression from them. The sort of thing they lacked on, well, pretty much all their play on Clubhouse, defense or attack. Didn't really have that edge. This time, Fluvio blasting into Bathroom. I think they caught off the defenders quite a lot. They caught me off as well. I got really confused as to what was happening because it was so aggressive and quick and efficient from those attackers. So great job from Carlstad Kings. And Kenny, on a different topic, how are you doing, man? I haven't actually heard from you in a while. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, you know, just flying along with life as we all are in this troubling time, but a bit sad that SI's been cancelled. I was very looking forward to finally having some not an SSG TSM game, but we'll have to do with Jaegers Carlstad for the time being, which obviously is very exciting as well. We have Carlstad bringing that aggression and forefronting Jaegers defense with their own prolific gun skill. Cold Cobra had those 41 bullets, was able to down the smoke from behind the Astro desk, and then the peek from Pause just straight into the 1.5 reticle of Cold Cobra. Spike has already been run out on by Demantis. He goes for the finish, but cannot land the all-important pistol shot. He's going to go again. But he gets too aggressive, and Jeff is ready for it. Demantis getting a bit over-eager there, and is punished for it.
Yeah, that was a bit silly. You know someone's coming along. It's just a silly move to go for another one. And Panda goes for some sort of move. I'm not sure where that was, but he's taken out as well. So the early aggression from Jaegers counting against him. Currently, Carlstad winning out on that sort of aggression war so far on Villa. Going for a very unipotent push, at least. They're all moving in from that same Bathroom direction, putting so much pressure onto Jewis here. It would not be too unexpected for him to start burning up his canisters, and there they go, using them nice and early. Burning utility and getting rid of players. This is a very different Carlstad we're seeing.
Yes, Pause lights up Jeff and finishes him off from the brick door. Another aggressive play there from the Jaeger does bear fruit. It's been a deceptively slow round. A lot of action. We've already got 3 players in the grave, but still a minute 40 left for Carlstad to work with. They have many drones at their disposal, and there goes one, finding that UHIS has now vacated Astronomy. So the player on the Astro window may be able to rappel in and get that control, but it's going to be the Ash of Fluvio to move in from Astro stairs, potentially, to get the frag. Ooh. A very nice peek from Balzac, downs the Maestro on the David statue, and it's all looking very, very dire for the remaining 2 defensive Jaegers. UHIS does retake Astro to the demise of Fluvio. Not aware of the position, but a beautiful secondary shot onto Spike. That player already 20 HP, it falls. And now the round that was looking very bad for Jaegers, they've even managed to pick Tazzy up. The rappel into Astronomy from Cobra does find a kill, and a second one tacks on. That's Balzac, and it's all up to UHIS. He's already landed 2 very nice shots so far. He has 1 canister left to his disposal, but he is on the wrong end of the bomb site. The pre-fire from Cobra lands another headshot. This man has been doing a whole heap of work on my favorite operator, the Nomad.
Nomad's pretty solid. I do love a bit of Nomad, and Carlstad will be loving their attacking so far on Trophy and Statuary, having a very good time. Going back to Aviator and Games will be Jaegers Esports Academy. No real surprise there. Of course, they could opt for something else, but now that it's opened back up and given it was so strong for them last time, it's not really any sort of surprise. They're going to be going for the same exact lineup, I believe, unless they go for a 6 pick. So I don't think there'll be any surprises there. I'm interested to see what I almost said Jet Ski Boys again. what Carlstad Kings do on this attack this time around, because it was so... I think they had one player pushing in from studio, then one kind of library area, one from the main entrance. Just a bit too disconnected, and they got caught off by Demantas on the Melusi, getting sort of many key kills in that area. This time, I think just a slightly more conventional, together 1-2 players, a bit more tight, to each other on the entry could be a lot more successful, or maybe a completely different move and they attack from the other side. Regardless, I think Carlstad Kings will contest this round a lot more, given that we've seen them wake up a bit.
Yeah, what they need to change for this assault onto the AVA's bomb site is clear that library area before they push in. Fluvio was killed very early on from library, and then the Melusi just rotated round to the piano corridor and got a second frag onto Cobra on the Nomad. So they need to be clearing this middle floor. I want to say basement, but there's actually a basement on this map that no one cares about. They need to attack onto the ground floor.
Bart storage is like the best place in the game.
Yeah,
it's where you keep all your beards. It's like Barchives, you know, and all that. My favourite sites: Church, Barsenal.
I love Castle EV back.
Oh no! Pause! Getting taken out by Spike, who's already rushed up main. How has he got there that quickly? I don't know how that's happened. The defenders don't seem quite ready for it. How did he get there?
No player of Jaegers was set up on the top of main stairs, which means that's free real estate for Carlstad, and something that they really struggled with doing. Tazzy, what are you doing? Just peeks these holes, and Carlstad just get a bit too ahead of themselves with the control that they had. They had the control of the top main stairs, and the next step would be opening up that wall with your ex-Kairos that Tazzy was peeking from behind. But they rushed.
It's a bit strange. They rushed. Sometimes you can get a bit ahead of yourself when you've taken something when it wasn't necessarily the plan. Maybe if you expect more resistance, you get there and you go, oh, what am I supposed to do here? They're really struggling in these positions. Carlstad, they're getting very advanced positions and then struggling with them. Another man falling. It's iFluvio this time, and only 2 remaining. This is looking very similar to last time, a 2 versus 4 yet again for Carlstad on this particular attack. And it wasn't necessarily for the same reasons. They just seem to be struggling, whatever the reason on this site.
Yeah, a defense that wilted at the start has now just completely overhauled the attack. And now retaking main stairs is... Oh my goodness. Uhis has just been absolutely melting people with the SMG-11 this map, and is all left up to the upside down rappel of Cobra. He's been getting important frags in the previous 2 rounds, but he's got to get another 3 for his troubles to get Carlstad up to that 3rd round on the board. He is going to be met as his first port of call of Panda on the main stairs. Panda a bit of pre-fire, just wasting time, falls back, collects the time wasted of Cobra, and also keeps his life intact. He's going to have to recover the bomb, Cobra, which is down inside of Study, but Tazzy is now protecting that. The pre-fire from the AK does eliminate the Echo, but Panda, on the refrag from this head-height holes, finishes the round.
I thought someone had put GG in the Jaegers chat. It's the other Jaegers game in Open Division that I think has just finished. I was about to say, that's a bit disrespectful. I know you've won one round, but it's still 2-2. My mistake. Looks like Jaeger's FDP is finished. Jaeger's Academy, on the other hand, they finished off this particular round. Still a long way to go. 2-2 currently, and a lot more balanced. I'm not sure what this Aviator problem is, because it's not anything. I don't think it's anything offered up necessarily by Jaegers. I think it's a misplay from their opposition currently. Really struggling on there. They seem to be psyched out of it for some reason. And now we move to a site that they've been a lot more successful on. Both of their attacking rounds have been won here so far.
Yeah, it was just baffling to me that the Hibana, when there's no wall denial on any of the Study walls, decided to push into Study rather than trying to open up either the bar wall or the aviator wall with
the
the
wall
Herex
was open
Kairos.
opposite, so you imagine Tazzy in that position would have just shut out those Kairos.
Yes, so you can't get the control of aviator, but if you're just going for a main stage study push, but you can use your X-Kairos to open up the head angle next to the head height holes, so Tazzy doesn't have that reinforcement to peek from behind, and then you can open up the bar wall, because as soon as Tazzy tries to shoot off the X-Kairos of the bar wall, you then have the angle onto him as well. So it's a 50-50, and obviously holes work both ways inside of Sieges. Beloved Emzo always said. And Carlstad are going to be looking to open up holes for their advantage this round. They have the Hebana yet again, the sledge able to open up this third triple wall. Third triple, that's 9, that's not 9 walls. That third wall on side of the closet. But an opening kill on Pause, who's been playing aggressive on the brick door every single round, finally meets his demise to Jeff.
Quick maths, Kenny. Very quick maths. And it's 5 versus, well, I don't know, 3.5 right now with Tazzy down as well on the Maestro. He's in a tough position to revive, given the rest of the team holding very key angles under a lot of pressure as well. It's going to be tough for Jewis to get back. He's obviously got to burn some smoke canisters. Demantas is underneath, using the vertical angles to take out Cobra on the window of Astro. So relieving quite a lot of pressure for that smoke, potentially. Could get the revival. It looks like Panda's the man to do it, leaving potentially a bit of danger across the way. He's gonna have to contest it. He does. Oh no. He was too slow. He got all the way up to him. Just maybe a bit of poor communication as to how much time was left. And also no time left for Demantas. He's shut down, and Jewis, his clock is ticking as well. He's gonna try and delay some of that time with a smoke canister. He's still got another left, but he's the only man left. His teammate Panda falling, and there is his death knell. It's Spike getting the final kill. Another electric attack, I must say, from Carlstad Kings. They seem enlightened with this attacking play on that particular site. It's a complete opposite. Like it's a strange line down the middle. If they're on any other site at the moment, they're having complete terrible issues. I'm kind of dumbstruck here for words, and we're going to move to dining and kitchen to see if that trend will be bucked somewhat. It's a bit weird, isn't it?
Jaegers look to be a different team on Villa. They look to be playing scared. And on Clubhouse, they were not scared. They were the commanding team on Clubhouse. They knew what control they had, and they acted on it. They knew what gunfights they needed to take, but they just looked scared to be engaging with Carlstad on this map. Yes, Carlstad are attacking at a pace that rivals Lightning, but you've been defending it for 5 rounds. You've got to be expecting that high tempo, and Jaegers just aren't. They're being caught off and playing the exact same positions every single time, not really changing much up. Pause every single statue round has been playing aggressive on the master door from statue, and yes, he's killed Jeff off of it twice, but this time Jeff said fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. No, other way around. No, yeah, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And instead, you just got to add an extra iteration to that for the 3rd time, but yes. But yet again, Paul's playing aggressive on the master door.
You are the master of English and maths today.
Man, what can I say? Those GCSEs really coming into hand.
Oh, yeah. Panda gets a kill onto Jeff. What a great start to this round for Jaegers, finally getting the advantage at the start of this round. This C4, quite adventurous from Tazzy. Of course, he is the pulse, and he gets damage onto 2 players, but not very much. Potentially a bit of a waste there from the man. But Demantas getting a shot where was that from? From landing across, and his position well known. We'll see what the attackers can do to really counter this player. They know his position. Will they pinch? They're going to go for some wall bangs to give their own positions away. Demantes is going to try and stay there and contest instead of backing off and using those goo mines. Tazzy now that he's used up that C4, he's going to go for the UMP instead. Not working out for him at this as well. Well, neither worked really that well. Having a bit of a disaster today. I don't have the English and maths skill that you've got, Getty.
The top floor clear going in the advantage of Jaeger's defense so far. They've found 2 very important kills on the Nomad and the Zafir, which means the only sort of vertical play is going to be all up to Spike, who has evaded a couple of C4s already, but any more gunfire coming up through those beams are going to meet his match, as he is around 30 HP. That's 1 or 2 bullets from any of these defensive guns. 35 seconds left, and Carlstad have established their vertical control, but not much control on actually assaulting the bomb site from areas in such as laundry. One grenade gets caught by the ADS. The second one does remove the barbed wire, but now those toxic babes are coming into factor. 1 left with 20 seconds left. Carlstad are really strapped for time here, and they haven't even cleared the exterior of the bomb site. There's a player still inside of living room, but it's the pulse of Tazzy to get the kill on the entry, and a second headshot. A brilliant play there, but it's Fluvio to clean him up on the flank. Uhis with the shotgun cleans up the round for Jaegers. A whole mess of bodies inside of China. That's a round for Jaegers.
It's a body mess. At the end of the round, that doorway, an absolute bloodbath, which sees us 2-3 all at the switch. It's a bit of a mix-up on Villa as of late. We've seen it be somewhat attacker-sided, at least more than usual, more than we're used to on a very traditionally defender-sided map. The attackers seem to have a bit more of an advantage at the moment, which falls in Jaeger's hands, because I think they are certainly a very attacking strong team. They looked a bit shaky on some of those defenses. Of course, they're pulling it out at the end, but they did certainly, I think, as you said before, they look a bit more shy here on Villa, potentially exposing maybe a lack of practice. Who knows? We are yet to see. Of course, their attacks have been fantastic across many maps, especially Clubhouse. Can they pull it out here? They've got a great lineup to do it, and it's the only the second time I think I've ever seen a 0 come out in any game that I've casted. So I'm very excited to see what Tazzy can do with that, given his proficiency today, especially earlier on the Maverick.
Yeah, and something that the 0 does bring is that hard breach charge, and especially on a map like Villa, just having that extra flexibility can be quite pivotal, especially if Uhis does die early. Only running the single hard breach could mean your round has been lost already. With no hard breach, you're going to have to file through single doorways, but Tazzy just has that extra option of a hard breach charge to add to anything that Jaegers want to get open. He also has those 4 Argus cameras that give a whole heap of intel for the attack, more specifically holding flanks. He does a similar job to Nomad, but you have to be actively on those cameras to hold the flank rather than just the set and forget air jabs of the Nomad.
Well, let's see how he can use them. Well, someone's going to be able to use them. It's Demantas. He'll be sitting there on the cams for the rest of the round, being the first man to fall. I'm not sure what he was trying to do or where he was there. Where's his
inside a bathroom?
So the similar rush in that we saw often from iFluvio on the Ash of Carlstad, which has been quite successful, not really emulated there. Of course, damage dealt to Cold Cobra will be quite useful, especially as that damage output from the UMP is not fantastic, but the headshot output is exactly the same as anyone else. 1 bullet does the trick, and they are now at an even further advantage. I'm not sure that he intentionally fell down that hatch, but anyway, that is still being contested by iFluvio, so no ground lost at the moment.
Cobra rotates back up the Astro stairs and does get picked, and that means that Fluvio is now all on his own. He will fall back as well, as Jeff has vaulted the archways and surrendered top floor, and that's very much in time. Half the round elapsed, and Carlstad fall off their top floor clear, well, top floor hold, sorry. with the man advantage in their favor. So really good work from them. They've removed 2 frag grenades off Panda, the only frag grenades that Jaegers are bringing, and Demantis's 3 Ash charges. So there's only 3 breaching charges on pause to do any kind of vertical play whatsoever. So it should be a very horizontal attack now from Jaegers, making use of any kind of vertical play that the Zofia does bring, but it's a tall order.
A lot to do from this position. Not too much time left to do it in either. Running around the place with a 3-speed Jewess, just trying to get as much open as possible. Trying to open that angle. Looks like I'm not sure what they have to do now. I think that will be fully open. Potentially, here comes Spike with an aggressive peek. His teammate gets a pick. It's Jewess, the man himself inside of Laundry, leaving only Pause upstairs as Tazzy falls as well to iFluvio. The door barricaded, actually. No easy entry there. That will be given away, so he has to run in through this smoke canister, taking damage, but he might catch off the smoke. He does! He can't get the Melusi as well, and Balzac finishes the round with the advantage for Carlstad Kings. 4-3 now on the board for them, and this is a lot closer than Clubhouse. Already getting, I think, more rounds than... Yes, certainly more rounds than last time.
I've got some words of advice for any team in the major division that will be playing Jaegers in the run-up to the end of the season and potentially in playoffs. Don't take them to a standard map. Don't take them to Oregon. Don't take them to Clubhouse. Potentially don't take them to Cafe, because those maps, from what I've seen, they are very regimented. They know what they're doing. They know how to do it, and they can do it to perfection. But they do look very disorganized on Villa, and that's potentially down to the fact that they haven't practiced this map as much. They don't know where all 5 players are pushing / refragging, what angles they're holding, what control they're holding, and that shouts to me that maps that they're well practiced on, which are going to be those the Trident of T4, the Cafe, the Clubhouse, and the Oregon. Maps that aren't those 3, they're not as strong on, because they don't have a clear set out strategy for. The rounds, I would like to bring it back to the Aviator round, the second defense of Aviator, where the sledge rushed up main stairs because no player was holding it off the start of the round. They had 3 ADSs, a Banshee, barbed wire, and a shield dedicated to top main stairs. No one was holding it.
Yeah, they certainly look potentially out of practice, potentially, Jaegers, on this particular map. Another stat that will be rather disappointing for Panda is the fact that he did promise me he would play Clash in this matchup, and he's missed all his chances. So I guess that's why they're currently losing.
That could be a big reason. Like, Clash is absurdly strong. The reason I did
strong on Villa. There are a lot of ways to use her on Villa.
I've seen a very strong Astro hold with a Clash. It is difficult,
Clash
especially. We just might have come up with a new meta. Clash hold. When especially if you kill the Zofia, or you ban Zofia if you're a maniac, you hold Astro, and how are they gonna get you out of there? Because how many teams are running Capitao on Villa? He's not that strong. Like, Nomad potentially, but there's normally ADS is stacked up in Astro, and you can play a player on Astro stairs to aid and just peek off the Clash inside a bathroom. It is really difficult to do such thing.
Kenny, you're the brain box, completely unrelated. Who was the team who banned Capitao every single map
Lexaro.
Last season? Was it Lexaro? I was thinking it was Lexaro. That's just a very weird statistical thing. So of course PG tips X Lexaro. For some reason, I'm not quite sure what that was all about. Some of the only Capitao bans you really see. Of course, that mute ban by Jaegers. Not quite sure how that's coming into play. Certainly that first round did not really prove anything as a direct counter. Potentially trying to force their opposition in terms of denial to either opt for something direct, like maybe a kite or a bandit, over going for a mute. But that's not very useful on dining, at least. Now we're on trophy and statuary, potentially a bit more traditional, a bit more obvious. I think you were talking about maps and Jaeger's struggling on maps that they maybe not rehearsed as much, and they're very good at the very common ones. I'm almost seeing a sort of similar thing unfolding with tertiary sites as well, as opposed to just maps as well.
Yeah, I think that the primary bomb site of Carlstad being that dining room kitchen, which is typically the tertiary bomb site, threw off Jaeger's operator pick. But they have stuck with the same operator lineup for this attack onto Aviator. Demantis of 90 does catch the rotate off of Jeff. That hole made by the defense was Jeff's demise there, as no player holding inside of 90 was able to hold that angle. And now Fluvio, the Jaeger, is stuck behind the bar. He gets the down onto one, and elsewhere the aids from his teammates are coming. The cavalry is coming alive, and Cobra attacks on. Fluvio's still alive with the rest of his team helping him in destruction of the attack. Panda pushing inside of Aviator does get one and pours another and a third. Jaegers have somehow flipped this back in their favor, and all of a sudden, Balzac is in a 1 versus 2. He has no C4, instead impact grenades to be able to fend off the two remaining attackers. They both send out either intel of a drone and replicator to figure out the position of Balzac, and another drone from Pause now comes to further cement the intel for Jaegers. They now have a minute, two very good guns in their favor to come up against the MPX of the Valkyrie. It's almost not a gun that finds the demise. The frag grenade narrowly misses Balzac, and now he makes the rotate into trophy. Is this known? The Valcams are giving the Z pings, and he may have just made the rotate of the sentry round to top red stairs. The landing rotate is gonna make it work. And yes, Jaegers are now moved into trophy. Potentially this is not known. They've done a ring a Rosie. It's sort of like we're in nursery now. The plant in the safe corner goes down. The flank through Astro. Is it going to come? The decoy at close range. What is going on? No, the team are able to land the shots. He brings out the MPX again. 1 HP as Pause falls below. He can use those concussions or his impacts to his effect. He's going to instead run up the stairs. Balzac is sticking the diffuser. It bros don't fake!
What have we just witnessed? An amazing comeback from Jaegers just to throw it away at the end. Either incredible information from the Black Eye cameras, or just incredible instincts from the Valkyrie, and just a lack. I was about to say, Pause there with the impact from underneath could have killed the Valkyrie with a single impact with the health she was on. But instead goes round to get rid of the camera. Too little time. And that chaotic shooting all over the place near the end there. Neither player sealing the kill in the 1 versus 1. That was a crazy end to a round.
I just minced all my words because I was in awe at what my eyes were seeing.
Now that round, it indeed was full of awe. It was all full.
I honestly thought the Zofia had teleported because they had a gunfight inside of Trophy, and then all of a sudden she was like bottom Astro stairs. I was like, what? She just like walked through the floor. Yeah, she went through the arches, but in like that split second, I was like, she's just teleported. What has happened? But Carlstad have now been successful on their first 2 defenses, and Jaegers, after a really strong first map on Clubhouse, are wiltering. And the steam, the coal in the steam train is becoming very, I was going to say abstinent, that's not the right word.
Probably not.
Oh, it starts with an A. Oh, come on. Thesaurus.
I forgot. Wait, say it again.
Affluent.
Ah, okay. Nice. Looking pretty dang good. In slightly more applicable terminology there. At the moment, Carlstad Kings, Jaegers, it's their turn. on AVG. Of course, they've been really enjoying this site on their own defenses. Can they keep the trend going? We saw generally trends across attack and defense hold true for these teams, so potentially might work out for Jaegers. Currently, it's a poor start though. Again, an Ashe falling. We've seen so many Ashes really struggle on entries so far today, and again, Demantas proves the point. Going 6-8 at the moment. I think Jaeger's also struggling just on the gunfights a lot so far in this matchup.
The 2 kills as both players try and fall down the archways at the same time. Line up for Panda, and those are the freest double kill that this man will get in his ECS career, I'm sure of that. He then sends out swiftly a Gemini to make sure that the coast is clear for his team to move on into landing and eventually take 90 control. Then I assume Yuhis on the Hibana will try and open up the 90 wall, and then the team will go for an execute behind the vault door. But we've got a lot of time before we get to that stage. Just the rest of the drone work coming out to clear 90, but Cold Cobra has not been spotted on red stairs. He's alt crouch walking, which will make no sound, but I'm pretty sure there is a 0 cam placed. That means Jaegers will know of this position of the castle.
You'd expect so. He might... Nope. I was about to say he might be able to get something from it, but he certainly doesn't. Shut down by pause. 4 versus 2 for these attackers now. And that prediction earlier of actually it kind of just the sites across defense and attack being certain teams sided seems to be currently true, because Jaegers looking dominant here. Balzac, given the lack of pressure from the south side, is able to hold steady and hold a very interesting angle across through all the holes that are open, so potentially an advantage of this creative setup. Of course, Vault now being open with the hard breach. I'm not sure whether that's Tazzy or Jewis, but oh, the aggression from Spike onto the aviator door. He is aggressed straight back from Panda, getting a triple for this round. There's only one remaining. He could get the quad as the plant is stuck. He gets the quad! Panda, he's not too happy about that previous couple of rounds, having that disadvantage, and you can see in his play, he looks aggressive, he looks angry. He is ready to make the move happen.
Yes, so Jaegers finally get their first attack onto Aviator, which Carlstad Kings themselves had complete dismay at trying to assault. And so, as you said, the Aviator is their bomb site, no matter the offensive or defensive side. The bomb site of choice now, of course, for Carlstad is going to be the dining room kitchen site that they were so prevalent in holding in their first defense. Jaegers, though, interestingly, not bringing a sledge or a buck when you could have a pretty good guess. I'm not a betting man, but if I was, my guess would be that Carlstad would be going back down to the bottom floor. So all the soft destruction and the vertical play will be on the hands of Pause and Demantis on the Ashe and the Zafir. But Demantis has been going down as the early death very, very often on Jaeger's attacks. So he's just got to dial back that aggression a bit and just wait, because he hasn't even been being traded. That's the thing. It's a death that he dies with 3 Ashe charges in his pockets and no trade. So if Demantis can find that opening kill rather than that opening death and potentially get traded, then Jaegers might be looking at stronger in rounds than they have previously been doing, because they've usually been in the man deficit.
Carlstad going for the hard vertical lock, no real surprise there. I think Panda could certainly help out with those Geminis, being quite useful on the move. It's just a bit of a precursor to the Ashe's move. We'll see what they can do to get it open. Of course, they might just bypass this vertical control entirely, but I doubt it. You don't really see teams ignore it, and the full team, actually, is up in that position. By the looks of it, I see 5 figures over in that position.
There are actually 6 with the Geminis.
Yes. Well, now there's 5 being taken out the Gemini. They know the move is coming in from there. There's a lot of denial for the attackers to deal with. It's a very tough take, and Demantas again leading the charge could be exposed here. There's so many players around. The C4's also underneath, potentially. There's a lot to do for the attackers here. Sorry.
That's huge from Jeff. He's able to C4 off the initial X Kairos, and yes, he doesn't get a kill, but he wastes time and wastes the utility. The hard breach charge also working, but that is not a big gap, and it means that Jeff is going to be able to sit close. And yet again, the castle in the exact same spot as Deja Vu finds the head of Pause on the Astro window, and Fluvio able to this time escape with his life down the archways, and so does Jeff nearly, but no. Panda, he is on top of the falling defenders down from the sky. But Jaegers, their attack has now been thwarted even harder than it was in the first round. Instead of being a 3 versus 4, it's now a 2 versus 3. And with Demantis very lit and hardly any utility on their side, this is looking pretty bad for Jaeger's attack. They are staring down potentially the barrel of match point.
Minute left for them to execute this move. We were talking about Panda and Demantas at the start of the round as how they can enter and make this move happen. They are the only 2 men remaining at the end to mop up the kind of mess that's been made so far in this round. Of course, options to open some vertical angles, but you can't really use them. You can't pin a player down with 2 against 3 very easily. And with this much time, they've just got to make this move happen. They're going to rush on in. Demantas gives his position away, which distracts the smoke. And Panda moves in, gets 1, gets 2! A lovely shot across onto Balzac, leaving only iFluvio. Jaegers, how have they turned it around again from this man disadvantaged position? iFluvio is locked out of the site. He's got to open up this door. Finally does, but the plant has already gone down. Panda and Demantas now retreating to defensive positions. I'm sure Demantas' position is known by iFluvio. Shots being traded. No damage dealt. Finally damage dealt. It's on to Panda. Demantas now aggressing towards the Jaeger. He's going to take up a surprising position across from where he was seen last time, but Fluvio is ready. He knows the position. Can he find the head? No, he can't. Demantas finishes the round for Jaegers. So back and forth that round throughout, but finally Jaegers pulling it back, steering away from that match point. You said they were looking at the barrel. They turn the barrel away. They fire their own shot right back. 5-5. So close here.
How have Jaegers just come away with that round? Credit to Panda and Demantis. We're coming through with the round victory. Something really impressive that they isolated that smoke on the laundry wall and they played the pinch to perfection. You saw Demantis pre-firing through couch, and then Panda coming through Memorial for the perfect pinch, and then Panda obviously with the flick onto the player on top of the kitchen island, just made for beautiful viewing. And that means that Jaegers, as you said, turned the gun back around, and potentially Carlstad now looking down the barrel at match point, because if Jaegers come through with this, they will secure themselves at least 1 point from this map and 4 points from the Playday, as they were victors. If you weren't here with us at the start, Jaegers did come away with the first map 7-2 on Clubhouse. But this is a lot more promising for Carlstad in being able to secure any kind of points for them, because after last week's draw and loss to Lions Creed, they really need to buck up some points.
Yeah, I mean, Panda just seems to have clicked. Something in him has woken up. I'm not sure what it was, maybe being 2 rounds down, that 5-3, and he suddenly clicked into action, gets a quad, and then a key double kill in a 1 versus 3 to see his team pull it back. Of course, a lot of hard work done by Demantas as well in that particular round, but Panda being very, very useful. Let's see what they can do on this entry, those 2 men we're discussing. They did a good job at the end, but most of their problems have been at the start of the round, and Demantas taking early damage. Oh, very poor pre-fires, I must say, from Cold Cobra onto that angle, being slightly unfamiliar, I think, with the angle of the cover on the shower. And unfortunately does not hit the almost free shot there on the waiting Ash, and Demantas gets the first kill in the hands of the attackers.
Yeah, and this time Carlstad do fall away. They don't want to fight this top floor tooth and nail this time and lose their players. They fall away with a minute gone in the round, and yeah, very quick surrendering of that top floor. But of course, the site isn't top floor. The site is dining kitchen. So Carlstad now with a strong man count on the bomb site. If they keep this in their favor, they can just trade out on the bomb site. But Jeff is going for a flank up. The Astro says, is anyone on Jaeger's ready for this? No, because he gets one, he gets two. The Nitro flies out to secure the kill. But no, Pause hits the shot on the C4 mid-air. And that means that Tazzy will be able to be revived.
Well, I think that was Demantas. I'm not. I'm not sure.
It was an Zofia rifle that shot the C4.
Ah, right. Okay. Lovely from Port to save one, if not two teammates there, which could have been a key moment. It's still a 4 versus 4. Lots of damage dealt to Jaegers, but they're going to get the key hits onto the heads, taking out Balzac on the Melusi. That furniture control lost. Sitting deep inside the site, Jeff Fluvio on the outside. Was he drone there? I'm pretty sure that drone saw him. If not, he could be that outside external influence, catching off players from behind when the execute happens.
But as we saw last round, it doesn't matter if you're on the outskirts of the site, if your anchors fall, and that is exactly what Demantis is looking to do, fell Jeff inside of dining. The clock is ticking down, and Jaegers really need to start their assault onto the bomb site. They have the laundry wall open, and Uhis in a position to go for that plant. They do get that entry onto Jeff, and now that means Uhis will be able to plant inside of Tetris, but the smoke canister forces him out. Fluvio does come off that roam and takes down one. The plant going down as the cover isn't good enough. But yes, secondary from Demantis. After I flamed Demantis earlier for just dying on the Ash, he has come alive and really been getting impact frags for his team. And Carlstad Kings have had their 3 points snatched from their grasp as Jaegers now go on to match point and are looking for all 6 from the Playday.
Wow, what a turnaround from Jaegers. From that 5-3 position, looking very disadvantaged indeed. Suddenly, they just woke up. I think it's the entire team showing up. I think Panda and Demantas, 2 men you can usually rely on for key kills in the right moments, or even just sometimes a lot of kills at the same time. They are very capable gunners, certainly, and they were lacking that somewhat earlier on in this match. And now that they've picked that up, they can, I think the rest of the team can afford to relax somewhat, use their utility well, work well as a team unit. They are a little bit more comfortable. They don't look like the scared Jaegers we saw at the start.
Yeah, that kind of tells me that Jaegers can be a momentum-based side. They weren't able to string the number of defenses that they were able to string on Clubhouse, or the attack, sorry, because they did go 5-0 up, and Siege can be a really momentum-based game, especially if you don't have the cool-headed team. You could lose. Everyone could lose their heads after going down in a round, especially seeing Jaegers were down 5-3 earlier, moving on to an attack onto dining, and then the tides turned. Something just clicked, and you said, Panda, something just happened. He was potentially fired up from losing a few rounds on the bounce and looking to not take away all 6 points, and now the tides have turned, and Jaegers, an assault onto Trophy Statue, which they have not yet been successful on. They've got to do it successfully if they want all 6 points and cement themselves at the top of the table.
Well, thank you, Max, for pointing it out. The IQ is the key thing here to counter the Valkyrie, who pulled out that 1 versus 2. Very, very strangely, it must be said, last time out for Carlstad. Nevertheless, it did happen, and the IQ will certainly be useful in, well, helping to note any utility in general. Pause noting it with his drone. He's aware of that ADS position, so that would be very useful for him. There we go. He's already burning it up to get rid of the shield opposite the door. So great efficiency for Jaegers in terms of taking a good amount of control that was somewhat given. Of course, Jeff still lingering underneath could be a problem, but at the moment looking pretty decent. Maybe a cheeky C4 really could be a problem for Port. Was that C4 just you? Where was that?
That was on the bench, just next to landing.
Oh, just slightly misplaced. He could have got 2 players with that, having placed it over by the trophy entrance doorway, but unfortunate for the Bandit. He does no damage whatsoever. And great look, looking very, very efficient from Jaegers so far, and great drone play in general. You can really see the battle of intel coming out this round. Jaegers masters of it in the past. Can Carlstad compete?
The Valkyrie of Balzac is in a very pivotal anchor position here. He has the cover of the shield and the reinforced wall, which he is able to impact trick to keep him safe and fend off the attack of Jaegers. As now they've taken the control early on, they've started to stall out. And this could
He's
be
not
an
got it
issue for
anymore.
them in the round. Demantis down below does get the kill up through the floor onto Balzac. That vertical hole opened up. He's now to aggress up the Astro stairs, but his team are falling around in Astro as Jeff goes huge on the Bandit. Paws to trade it onto Fluvio as he aggresses through, landing into Statue. Now Demantis in a sea of flames is looking to make the play up the Astro stairs to win Jaegers the round, but he gets flanked from down below. Brilliantly played by Cobra, and now it's all up to Tazzy and Paws. They have 15 kills between them. They've got to get an extra 3-on-3 lit opponent, but the player inside the bathroom is not spotted. And Tazzy, who had an incredible clubhouse, can he turn the tides for Jaegers once again? Another shift, but it doesn't come. The shift from Carlstad gets them a point from the Playday, and it's not all doom and gloom for Carlstad Kings.
Well, it goes pretty much the same way as last time. They get themselves a draw on the second map after losing the first one. And Cold Cobra, a bit of a cold start, but he really warmed up towards the end of that map. Looking fantastic, getting 15 kills in the end. Something you don't usually see from him, at least so far this season. So a great individual performance, great team performance from them. Just slightly too inconsistent. I think those AVG attacks at the beginning of the game really undid them. I think that was the difference between their win today.
Yeah, the win condition was their ability to not attack a bomb site that wasn't Statue. They the only bomb site they successfully attacked, which was they attacked it successfully 3 times, Statue Trophy, but they just couldn't eke out that extra attack round. And I'm loving the meta that we see at the moment, where 3-3 splits are decent for both attack and defense. We're seeing a lot of 3-3 splits ending up in draws, and I'm loving seeing not a heavy defender side of meta. Back last season, when if you got a 2-4 split on an attack, you were very happy. Normally a 5-1 was standard, but now we're starting to see the level playing field come out between attack and defense, and the true best team doesn't get to crutch on that defense anymore, because attacking has become a lot easier with the defense of the nerf of the defense utility meta.
Well, it is 4 points for Jaegers. They've finally been denied some points at the beginning of this season. Of course, they didn't play necessarily against Skittle.jpg, but they did get all the points, and they got all the points last time against PG Tips. Finally, just denied those 2, which will be useful to any of those teams down below, especially Lions Creed, who also dropped some points in their game against Carlstad Kings. Carlstad Kings being the little annoying team who just nab a few points off you every now and then. But I think for them, they're going to want to, against some of the... They've had a tough start in terms of teams that they've faced. So obviously, when they face some of those teams who are in the lower bracket of the teams in Major Division, which isn't too much of a difference, I must add, they are all pretty strong. But when they face some of those teams where they'd be wanting to get a few more points necessarily, they're going to need to get them to keep themselves in contention.
Yeah, especially with the unfortunate suspension of Glitch Tech from the league. There's only one team that doesn't make playoffs from Major, so pretty much every team is in contention for the playoff spots, but you want to get as high up in the standings to get the good seeding for the playoff bracket. The first and second teams in Major go straight to the semi-finals. That is a big advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that's it's pretty fair, because we saw it last season during the playoffs. Even quite a few of the teams who qualified in those lower positions lost out to contenders teams, to open teams. Like, a lot. I mean, a lot of that was done by Shreks and Hobbits, who I miss dearly with all my heart.
I don't.
But Of course you don't. But you know, we had all sorts. Even if like teams that you might potentially overlook from mid contenders, like Bitfix Gaming from last season, the Norwegian outfit, they were absolutely fantastic in some of their games. They didn't even get very far in there, but just managing to take some maps off other teams. It's going to be. I'm looking at quite a lot of contenders teams, especially makers so far this season. They will give a run to any major team's money, I think, when it comes down to those games.
This is definitely the strongest contenders division we've ever had. Like any one of those contenders teams could put up a good fight in major division, and that just shows that there's going to be a right tussle in contenders to get into major division. Obviously, we have those relegation matches at the end of the season, but with Glitch Tech being suspended, that means the top team in major division, contenders division, goes straight up into major without even playing a relegation match. So it's an auto promotion spot, and obviously makers are probably the favorite for that spot, but I wouldn't discount other teams that I've been watching, like Fallacy and Rocket Gaming. They are strong contenders teams who could give any major team a run for their money in relegation games.
Well, isn't that all exciting in contenders? But, well, we've not got that to deal with just yet. Tomorrow we've got some more major games before then. No, we haven't?
Nope. No
Are they
games tomorrow.
done?
So
Are they all cancelled?
the Glitch Tech game would have been tomorrow, but that's not there, and the early game has been rescheduled. So there are no major games tomorrow, I'm afraid, but we will be back on Monday and Tuesday for obviously those all exciting contenders. You sure?
Holding the thought for Noah.
No, Arctic Lions Creek's been rescheduled, and Skittle vs G-Tech. So yeah, no game tomorrow. 100%.
Whilst we're waiting, Noah's very sure that we're wrong, so he's just checking for everyone. No, we're right, apparently, so there you go. Kenny knows his stuff. We're all wrong. Kenny is the man. And Panda's not the man because he didn't bring Clash, and I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, Panda got a 4K. I said to Panda, if he gets an ace, I'll do a headstand on stream. But no headstand for you, mate.
No respect from me either. So that is a lovely note to end on. I have been Ebac. I've been joined today by Kangaroo Kenny. We will see you on Monday in the Contenders division. Until then, ladies and gents, toodaloo.